Audio check. Okie dokie. I'm here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Cool. All right, it's Friday. Which is exciting. It means we're drinking matcha today. It means we're playing an RPG. And for all the weekend enjoyers, we can celebrate. Or I should say weekend havers. I don't think there's any non-weekend enjoyers. I think there's just weekend havers and weekend not havers. So, shout out to all the weekend not havers, and congrats to the weekend havers. Let's go to the PlayStation screen. Doc, how are you? Good morning. How's it going? Turn this music down a little bit. There we go. So, a couple things to do up top today. First off, yesterday we did a wheel spin that I forgot to do on Tuesday. But then I didn't do the thing that the wheel spin was for. So we're gonna do that today. We're gonna do some dumbbell exercises from yesterday's wheel spin that was a makeup from Tuesday. Really killing it. And also, there was a sub that came in yesterday from Kiki, and I foolishly asked Kiki if they wanted a spin, but I think they were lurking and couldn't stay, so they just kind of dropped their resub and lurked. But Kiki is an always spin person, so I'm gonna spin as well. So we're gonna do the dumbbell exercises from yesterday's spin, and we're gonna do a spin up top for Kiki before we get started. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm a big fan of this one. My roommate bought me this way back in like 2014-ish, 2013, 2014, because he knew I was a big Earthbound enjoyer. I actually don't know where he got this shirt. It kind of looks like it would be a Yeti shirt. It says join the Starman Empire, but I don't think it was a Yeti shirt from back then. I wasn't like a check the Yeti every day kind of person back then like I am now. But I don't know. I feel like I would have known if it was from the Yeti. And also just like the make of the shirt feels like it's from somewhere more like drop shippy, no name type of place. But who knows? Who knows? Exciting news. Yesterday, I ordered the Xbox 360 that I'd been talking about. I pulled the trigger on one. I was trying to decide between 3 different ones that I was watching for different reasons. And I was hoping this one seller would message me back about some details of their listing. And after 3 days, I did not hear back from them. So they got struck from the list. And I ended up pulling the trigger on the one that was next down the line in my preference. Along with a handful of games that I wanted to get. I'm basically only interested in getting games that are locked to the 360 physically. So if it's on PC or if I can like download it on some like digital storefront, I'm not counting that. If the only way for me to get a physical copy of the game is on the Xbox 360, that is what I'm interested in going after. So it's mainly those like 4 RPGs, the 2 Mistwalker RPGs, and then the 2 other ones, Tri-Crescendo RPGs. I got all 4 of those, but then I also grabbed a copy of Cameo, Elements of Power, and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because that felt appropriate, and they're so cheap. 360 games are still super, super cheap for the most part. I'm sure there are some expensive ones, but if there's like a 360 version and a PS3 version of the game, even if everybody widely agrees that the 360 version is better, I'll still probably want to play it on the PS3. There are some factors that could sway me one way or the other, but for the most part, I have just about everything that I'm interested in on the PS3. But, you know, down the line, things could pop up here and there. There's a couple of PS3 games that I'd still like to get, but they're all really expensive. The only one that I would really like to have that I don't have is Puppeteer, and that's like a $70, $80 game, which is really dumb. I should have bought that when it was brand new, before it had like a cult following. I worked for GameStop when that game came out, and I could have got it for like probably $13, all said and done. Because I think it released at like $19.99 or $29.99 or something like that, and for some reason it has just skyrocketed in the last like 5 years or so. Really dumb. But you know, even that I could take or leave. I could die happy without playing that game. I would just like to play it. So yeah, 360's coming. It's on the way. It's ordered. I'll probably get a lot of that stuff next week. We're gonna have to cross our fingers today with the video weirdness that happened yesterday. I did not have time last night to reroute my whole HDMI matrix that makes this setup possible. There's some kind of weird interference happening, and I have to do some troubleshooting and figure out if like a switcher has gone bad, or if it's just cable touching or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of things that could be, and I didn't have time to mess around with it last night. Everything behaved this morning. There was one blip this morning, but it didn't get like stuck in a boot loop like it did yesterday and a couple of times the day before, where all my screens were just blinking and it was like making OBS choppy. So hopefully that doesn't happen today. If it does, I'll probably be able to just run out there and do a power cycle on some of the switchers and do a stopgap. I don't think it's going to completely derail the stream. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself. But that's what's going on with that. So let's do these. Let's bang out these free weights real quick and do a wheel spin for Kiki. Let me turn this on, and we'll get into the game and do the recap. So much happened yesterday. Holy crap. Yesterday was like movie day in the game. We just watched a bunch of cutscenes. I took an absurd level of notes. Today is push-pull day for me, so I'm gonna take it easy on myself. I'm just got the 30s here. Oh, you can't see me because of the wheel. Let me move the wheels for a sec. We're gonna spin it, but let me move it out of the way for a sec. I'm gonna take it easy on myself because I gotta do a bunch more of this later. So we're just gonna do a quick set of curls here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No big deal. Okay, now we can put the wheel on the screen and let her rip one time for Kiki, for that long-running Prime resub. Much appreciated. Inching closer to another point-and-click stream. What'll it be to open the stream? 5 pull-ups. All right, fine. The wheel heard me and was like, oh no, you're not gonna get off light today. You're not gonna get off light today. Oh, once again, that would have been so funny if I did the 5 with the wheel on the screen and everybody was like, you faked it, I didn't see it, Pixar, it didn't happen. Oh, that's a nice hang. My feet aren't touching the floor right now, just enjoying kind of like the gravity stretch. Super underrated. Okay, just a quick 5 curl grip pull up. They just never get any easier. It's the most amazing thing. Okay. Whew. Well, we're warmed up now. I made an extra large matcha today because I was a little sleepy this morning. And whenever I feel like that, I'll make a 24-ounce mix instead of 16, and I'll drink the first 8 right away, and then save the 16 for stream. So that's what I did today. So I'm a little bit sparky already, which is good. I'm gonna need it. I regretted it yesterday. Like, I didn't start drinking my caffeine yesterday until I started the stream, and I had to like wait for it to hit before I could do anything. And this game is very demanding on the brain. So let's launch it and start what will likely be quite a lengthy recap. Let's see how many pages of notes I wrote yesterday. All right, here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost 6 full pages of notes yesterday. And we only actually had like probably an hour of gameplay, it felt like. There was so much cutscene and exposition, which was totally fine. It's really nice having the voice acting so I can just watch and listen to the cutscene and write stuff without having to completely stop gameplay and everything that's happening on stream just to write stuff down. I really, really like that. I always felt very, like, naked when we were playing Tactics, and I had to just, like, stop reading dialogue to write something down, which was, like, constantly. I'd read, like, one line of dialogue, okay, hold on. And then they said this, oh, okay, hold on, you know, and I'm, like, constantly swapping the notes cam on and off the screen. And, you know, I feel like it was probably... There's probably a lot of fatigue from some people watching that, or people that just, you know, wouldn't want to watch it at all because of that. And even with my Valiant timestamps that I did in the VODs, where you can skip all that, you still have to, like, have the description open and, like, physically go down there and click and, like, remember your place and everything. Like, even that is a chore, even if you're trying to skip it all. So it's very convenient for this one that I don't have to do that as much. That's been really nice. All right, so we got to load up our file here and fire up our official recap music. Okay. So today is day 4. All right. So a ton happened yesterday. We're going to go through it all. I'm not going to read all of my notes verbatim. The recap is more for me than for you, to be honest. Oh, this is new. We're going to talk about this at some point. But this is the screen that we want to be on. Okay, so let's recap what happened yesterday. We opened with a ship that we've never seen before appearing in the debris field of the Gnosis battle. That was kind of the big moment at the end of last week's streams. We meet these 3 guys that are kind of surveying the wreckage. They look like scavengers. We learn their names later on. But they say that there's no one around for 5,000 light years. And they kind of explicitly confirm that what they're doing is illegal activity. They are recyclers. They're trying to pay back their debts to someone named Master Guinum. And they basically found out that there was debris here because they wiretapped a UMN emergency channel. So somehow they were able to hear the frequencies or transmissions of our crew being attacked by the Gnosis, and they were like, oh, jump to the origin point of that signal because somebody got blown to smithereens by the Gnosis, you know? Definitely a dangerous thing to do, and also just weirdly kind of like scummy. Like, oh, guys, I heard that some people were gonna die over there. We should stop by there later and rob their corpses, you know. pretty wild stuff, if you really think about it. And then as they're kind of arriving and looking around, Cosmos kind of floats through space, and they assume it's a dead body, and she gets like stuck in their windowsill, and then she kind of like turns and looks at them and starts talking to them, and they're like, whoa, it's an android. And Captain Matthews decides to lie to her, and he's like, oh, we received your distress signal and we're here to rescue you. Because he's like kind of like scared of her. And then she's like, okay, well, she immediately starts ordering them around. She's like, okay, you need to let me on board your ship, and you need to gate jump to Second Miltia. And apparently I noted this, I thought it was really interesting. Apparently gate jumping costs money based on the distance jumped. Because he was like, we're definitely not going there because it's like a war zone, but also we can't afford that. We can't pay for that. And then Cosmos is like, oh, don't worry, the Federation would pay for it or whatever. So that was a really interesting little world building detail. Cosmos threatens the crew, and she like uses creative measures to make sure that they don't leave without taking her aboard. She like threatens to like break their window and suck them all into the vacuum of space. And then she's like, open your cargo bay and let me in. And then she's like, if you try to like speed away while I'm free spacing to the cargo bay, I'm going to do this or that. So she gets Captain Matthews wrapped around her finger. And then we see the escape pod with Alan and Shion in it, and then Cherenkov in his spacesuit is just like holding on to the outside of it, which seems absurd because it looks plenty spacious inside. Like, I get if the escape pod's designed for 2 people and there's only enough like supplies for 2 people or whatever, but he totally could have been in there. It was wild that they were planning to just wait for rescue for possibly days or weeks, with him just like outside floating in free space. Like, how much oxygen did he really have in his spacesuit? Anyways, they get a signal through to the Elsa, which is the scavenger ship, and Cosmos is like, oh, I know these people. And then she says to Shion and the pod crew, you guys stay in the escape pod and wait for an escape. I'm not coming to get you because I just got new orders to like commandeer this vessel and go to Second Miltia. And Shion is like, what? Like, you don't get to have this autonomy. Like, I created you. You're supposed to do what I say, what we say. And I'm telling you to do this and that. And you need to come pick us up. And Cosmos is just like, nah, that's not what I'm doing right now. So we don't really know who is like usurping Shion's control, or if it's something going on with Shion or Cosmos's programming. But Shion's really surprised by it, and so she goes to a desperate measure and she threatens to harm herself if Cosmos doesn't help them. Because she's like, oh, your mission is to protect me, right? Well, I'm gonna hit this escape switch and launch myself into the vacuum of space if you don't come and save me, And then Cosmos basically just calls her bluff, and she's like, if you think that's the best thing to do, see ya. But then this new character comes in, who apparently his name is Chaos, but lowercase, not capitalized. That was very confusing. And he very much has like android Realian energy, but it seems like the game is making it intentionally ambiguous whether or not they are human. But he comes in, and Cosmos is like interested in him, and the crew have good rapport with him. They treat him like a human, even though he kind of acts like a android or Realian. And basically Chaos convinces Captain Matthews to rescue the pod crew. So the 3 of them get on board the Elsa. They all kind of Shion and Alan like introduce themselves to Captain Matthews and say all this stuff about their mission. Cherenkov doesn't say anything. He just like hangs back, which is really weird and out of character for him, especially given how he treated Shion previously. But Shion kind of like yells at Cosmos and chastises her. She's like, tell me about these new orders that you received. And Cosmos just kind of like ignores her and dodges the questions. And Shion gets really, really indignant and upset about it, and doesn't really know what to do. But then Cosmos kind of uses the excuse that like, oh, maybe there is something going on with my programming. Let me go to the maintenance bay and recharge. But it almost seemed like maybe she was trying to say that to get away from Shion just as much as legitimately maybe troubleshoot herself. So she walks away, and then the scummy, handsome guy, Tony, the pilot, immediately hits on Shion and like asks her out on a date, and she doesn't know what to say and accidentally says yes. And then finally Cherenkov speaks up and asks Captain Matthews to be dropped off at a planet or a place called Sinir. And Matthews is like, oh yeah, sure, you're a Marine, no big deal, sounds fine to me. No questions asked. Very bizarre interaction. I don't think I was meant to read it as a bizarre interaction, but it felt bizarre. And then just as everything's kind of settling down, a Gnosis attacks and immediately grabs Cherenkov and starts absorbing him, which I feel like is not a coincidence that it immediately targeted Cherenkov. We'll see if that comes back around. And then Chaos is just like, don't worry, everyone. I've got this. And everyone's like freaking out. And then he just like holds his hand up to the Gnosis. The Gnosis becomes tangible, like the Hilbert effect. Sorry, no. I'm misreading my own notes. He holds his hand up, and the Gnosis just like freezes and then just kind of like disappears and fades away. But he didn't use the Hilbert effect to do it. So the Gnosis didn't become like solid and then like get attacked and destroyed. It just disappeared. And Shion is like totally stunned. She's like, how did you do that? And then his Chaos's answer is really weird. He kind of dodges the question by giving this very like politician-esque answer, where he says like, oh, everybody or every being, you know, has like one special thing that they can do that nobody else can do, you know? And then that's kind of his answer to how he did it. So he basically says like, oh, it's my special talent, but that'll be all for now, you know? Like, he ends the press conference there. Then we cut away to a very weird scene where we get introduced to a character named Master Wilhelm, and he's receiving a report from somebody about Cosmos' situation, and the researchers' names are known, like Alan and Shion. Wilhelm is interested in Cosmos' connection with Shion, and then he says something to the effect of, we need not serve the Federation any longer. And then he says that the data for the Rhine Maiden is complete. We have no idea what this character's talking about, but the whole scene was very like I wrote producer of the Truman Show vibes, because this guy is in like a floating pyramid office in space. We have no idea where he is, and he seems to know everything that's going on, and he's receiving reports about everything that's going on, and it felt very like all of this is contrived and planned and a simulation, and it's going how we want it to go, and we'll continue to monitor the situation or something, you know, or like he's there for content. Master Wilhelm is there for content. He refers to a compass of order that's like some like weird globe looking apparatus next to him. And it is apparently tracking and predicting phenomena. And he's like, ah, yes, the compass of order, just as it predicted or whatever. So very interesting vibes there. Then we see another new character, this woman watching footage of a planet exploding. I wrote person in my notes. Luckily, I remembered that it's a planet. I'm going to correct myself here. And we don't know what planet it was. We don't know if it was... We have no context for the footage that she saw. But we saw her watching footage of a planet either exploding or disappearing. And then this man comes up and he's like, I used the Zohar emulator, and I'm not afraid to use the real thing. The woman is named as Pellegri. She's concerned about innocent lives. And then it's revealed that the man is Commander Margulis, who we've actually seen before, but I didn't recognize him at the beginning of the scene. And then he says that they decide who lives or dies, which again feels very everything is a simulation. And then he notes that they've been pursuing their mission for 14 years. We don't really know what that mission is. And then a soldier comes in and reports that the Gnosis have the Zohar emulator, and that the report came from someone named Vanderkam, which was not a name that we had heard before, and I was really confused about that. But we have a theory as to who that might be. That might be purple X-faced abusive guy. He just hasn't been named. Then we cut away again to the Federation capital of 5th Jerusalem, and we see this council, this Jedi council looking group of people in a circle in their nice chairs in space, discussing some unnamed man. And they're kind of talking about his history and his pedigree from stuff that happened 100 years ago. And he's a cyborg. He's an... They called him an old Realian. And they're apparently kind of like screening him for some kind of job or mission is the context of this meeting. And then they're like, okay, show him in. So then the man that they've been talking about all this time gets shown in. He's introduced as Ziggurat 8. He was an organ donor who took his own life and then was resuscitated against his will as a cyborg, which is absolutely wild. We learn a whole bunch more about his dark past as we go on. But the council tells him about this assignment they want to send him on. They want him to infiltrate and rescue this Realian girl who's special. She's a 100 series. She's made to detect and combat Gnosis. So she's very valuable. She's made to look like a little girl. She's a prototype. Ziggurat accepts the mission. He's like, I'm not a person. I am a tool. I cannot refuse your mission. Do not ask for my permission. And then he asks that the only payment for completing his mission is to have his human memories erased. So he's really, really actively trying to become fully machine and completely abandon his previous human self. Holy Gad, bless you. Welcome in. How's it going? Gad, I did the 10 dumbbell exercises at the top of the stream that I forgot to do yesterday, and I was lamenting. I did the wheel spin yesterday for something I should have done on Tuesday, and then I didn't do the thing that the wheel spin landed on and did it today. So we're all caught up again. Okay. So then we meet Dr. Yuli Mizrahi. She seems especially interested in Ziggurat. She provides him the mission specifics. The council's concerned about his tendencies and his imperfections given his past of, like, you know, trying to take his own life. They're like, is that going to be a factor? Blah, 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 blah. Then we cut away again. We see the 100 series Realian girl. She's in the custody of Margulis, and he's kind of like interrogating her. We also learn the important world-building detail that Realians require food. We didn't explicitly know that, I don't think. Margulis is interrogating her. She's very uncooperative. She's like, I don't know how you expect me to help you. All I can do is, like, locate Gnosis, and there's other ways that you can do that too. And he keeps calling her 100 series Realian girl. And she's like, I don't like that name. And he's like, okay, well, do you have another name? And she's like, I do, but I'm not going to tell it to you. And then Margulis says, we'd like to have a word with the man you have hidden inside you. And I wrote that down verbatim because I feel like it's going to be very important. And the Realian girl seems like she's kind of like shocked at him saying that. Like, how do you know that? Kind of a reaction. She seems surprised. And then Margulis says he will be arriving soon. And I don't know if that means that he knows that Ziggurat is coming, which with what happens later, that doesn't necessarily make sense. Or if he means he will be arriving soon, as in the man hidden inside her that he would like to speak with, which might be her creator, Joachim Mizrahi. Not sure. Continuing on, Trying to manifest autumn vibes. Nice, bless you. Yeah, we had our big August holiday. Everybody says that August is the only month that doesn't have a holiday, but it does have a holiday. It's like the autumnal Groundhog Day, right? All the pumpkin spice stuff hits the stores, and we get to find out if we're going to have a Christian girl autumn or a goth girl Halloween. It's a very important holiday. That's right, Gad. We did the thing. Yeah, do those workouts, man. Makes me feel nice. Okay. So then we arrive aboard the Margulis base ship place as Ziggurat 8, and we're like cloaked and invisible. The base is called Pleroma. We learn a lot about it as we go along. We learn where the Realian girl is. And then we find out that Joachim Mizrahi is basically the creator of the Realian girl, but it was worded as he advocated the creation of her. So maybe he didn't directly create her, but he's also the founder of the UTIC organization, who we're learning about for the first time. He is the ex-husband of Yuli Mizrahi, who we met earlier, and who gave Ziggurat the mission. Ziggurat's supposed to bring her back to the Miltia system, not to the Council in 5th Jerusalem. And Ziggurat was kind of like, why don't you want me to bring her back to you, since you're basically like her mom? And she's like, well, that's complicated. Take her to Miltia. And we don't know why, but we also know that she doesn't want to see the girl for some reason, but we don't know exactly why. There's a lot we could infer there. But Ziggurat was kind of surprised by that. But the doctor has some kind of complicated relationship with her surrogate daughter. Probably has to do with her crazy dead husband and a number of other factors. And then Ziggurat arrives at the Realian girl's cell block, takes out the guards, says he was sent by the Contact Subcommittee, so we learn the name of that council. The girl's like, oh, Mama, that's Mama. So she knows who that is. We get the key, we explore around, and we finally learn that the Realian girl's name is Momo. She introduces herself to Ziggurat as Momo, and she decides to call him Ziggy, because she wants to humanize him more. She wants to humanize herself more, and so she assumes that he wants the same thing as a non-human, like to be human, basically. But he doesn't. But he still reluctantly allows her to call him Ziggy. And then he gets triggered to have a flashback from his human life, where his son, who we later learn is his stepson, he was given a robot dog by his dad, and he gave the robot dog a nickname to make it more human. So he remembered a similar instance from his previous life. And then I just wrote down the question here of like, why does he want to forget? Like he had a kid and presumably a spouse. So like what happened in his life that made him want to take his own life and forget everything? Why is he so why is he so quick to want to relinquish everything that made him human in his previous life? Why does he want to forget it? Why does he want to have his memories wiped? That's what I want to find out. Margulis becomes aware of the intrusion on the base. He starts to lock down security measures. Some sentries come after us. We do some more running around. We find out that the base was an ancient religious site made from asteroid clusters. It was a place for pilgrimages, and then it got converted into a base and kind of a hideout for the UTIC. So we learn that that's kind of who these people are. That kind of doesn't make sense to me, because if Joachim Mizrahi was the founder of UTIC, who are these other people in relation to him that have her? Are they like continuing his mission and vision? He was said by the subcommittee to be this like, crazed maniac kind of person, mad scientist kind of guy. Interested to learn more there. We learn that Momo can utilize the Hilbert effect. She uses it to disable the sensors of some of the eggs that are near us. And these guys are weirdly like super smart, and they're like, she's here, she's around here. Only the 100 series Realian could do that. I know what's happening. And I wrote down a question here that got answered very quickly later, so I'm not going to go over that. Using the Hilbert effect is very taxing on Momo. I don't know if it's because she's like been imprisoned or something, or if it's just that's just normal. But she does that. We get back to the hangar, and then Margulis confronts us, and we have to fight him. And apparently this was like one of those fights where they expect most players to lose, and then the subsequent cutscene is like a scripted loss style cutscene, but it's not actually a scripted loss and you can win the fight. But the cutscene that happens afterwards, if you win, was no different. So we just had like an accidental gamer moment. The fight had like a specific line that we had to take through it, and definitely wouldn't have been possible if we had like used up all of our items or something throughout the dungeon. But it wasn't that hard, and we also have done 0 grinding. Obviously you can't run away, so we have to take every battle that we get, but we haven't like gone out of our way to do extra battles. So I didn't find it particularly difficult. It was definitely a very losable fight, but if it was required to win that fight, I don't think it would have been that absurd. That's kind of what I would expect from a winnable scripted loss, but we did it. And then, so after we defeat Margulis, there was a confusing cutscene where he was like, "Is that all you've got?" You know? And so I was like, wait, what? We just beat you. Why are you saying that? We escape, but we're being pursued. We kind of steal a ship, fly out of there. They send some ships after us. And then we like blow up the hangar, and then Margulis greets these other 2 characters who kind of show up. They appear to be like a man and a girl as far as like how they're portrayed, but we know that doesn't necessarily dictate age in this universe. And they both have silver hair, which seems really significant, just like Chaos did. And he says to them, "You're late." So we'll probably meet them later. We cut back to the Elsa. The crew is all like eating together, except for Cherenkov. And apparently Xion is a good cook, and everyone's like marveling at that. But there's also these like weird, like super antiquated binary gender roles where everyone's like, "Yep, women be doing the cooking, so us mans can eat." It's kind of a really weird little moment, and it feels like the developers wanted it to be uncomfortable, but I don't know. And then like Captain Matthews is like making Xion like refill his water when it gets low, and she doesn't feel patronized at all, which is also really weird. She's just like, "Oh, okay." And you know, somebody else makes a weird comment about like, you know, women be cleaning, women in the kitchen kind of stuff. And then Alan, in like this really pathetic attempt to get Xion to notice him in a different way, is like, "Oh, could you please refill my water too?" You know, and it's like this really weird, awkward little character moment for him. And then it cuts to them doing the dishes. Xion and Alan are doing the dishes, wasting tons of water. That sink was running for like 10 minutes with nobody using it. Xion's like, "We need to contact HQ for instructions." I'm assuming that's Vector. And then Alan's like, "I already looked into this ship and the crew. They're registered with the Kukai Foundation. Their leader is Gainam Kukai." So we kind of learn a little bit about them. We don't know where Cherenkov was during the meal. Then Chaos comes in, and he's like, "Hey, what's Cosmos up to, Uwu?" He seems really interested in Cosmos. And then they have a little chat, and he decides, "Oh, well, yeah, I'll go down to maintenance and visit with her and chat with her while she's like being serviced or whatever." And that's when we learned about the relationship between the 100 series Realians and the amplifiers. So there's big giant equipment built amplifiers on ships that can amplify the Hilbert effect if it is created, but they cannot create it. So the 100 series Realian is supposed to be on board the ship to like create the Hilbert effect, and then this big giant amplifier is made to like make it encompass the entire ship or fleet or whatever to protect them from Gnosis, or make it so that Gnosis can be fought, I guess. So that was a cool thing to figure out. And then we finally got to gameplay. We're on the Elsa, and we're trying to take a hot plate of food to Cherenkov. We got to figure out where he is. And it's funny because we ended up going into the pause menu and going into the database and reading for like an hour all the new stuff that we learned and catching up, and taking a bunch more notes. And then we kind of explored the ship a little bit because I needed to find a save point. So I played for like 45 extra minutes yesterday just because I couldn't find a save point, and there were so many cutscenes and so much catching up and writing to do. So today, to start off, we have a couple of objectives. We have this new environmental simulator that we've been kind of reading about and having teased, where we can go back to previous areas in a simulation to do like training or mini games and even find items that we couldn't get. So we're definitely going to mess around with this today. There was a chest that we left behind on the Pleroma that it didn't seem like there was a way to get. I want to look at spending some tech and ether points today. I feel like that would be a good idea to like maybe do some trial and error with at a save point and figure out if we can learn anything about the branching nature of some of these skills. I actually meant to do that last week and then just got caught up with story. We're going to check that out. We're going to find where Cherenkov is and give him this food. We're going to explore the rest of this ship. We'll try out some of these mini games, and inevitably we'll get pulled into some more story and probably, thrown into some other parallel edit playing as some different characters. So that's what's in store for today. Thanks for sitting through all that. Let's get going. Let me just start by poking my head in here. So we have a Cosmos simulator, we have a Wogland, and we have a Pleroma. So these are literally basically the three. Thank you, Gad. No, thank you. These are basically the three different environments that we visited in the game so far. So this is a save point, the gold one, but the silver one is something new and different that we've never seen before. Oh, it's just a shop. Well, hold on a second. I thought this was going to be how we utilized the EVS. Interesting. Full HP and EP recovery at a save point only. Wow, we have 6 of these. I didn't even realize we had so many of these. That's fantastic. I didn't realize what this was. Neurostim, psych status clear. Don't even know what psych status is, but I feel like I should probably have a couple of these. Let me just grab some. Whoa. Hold on a second. A cure all? Oh, okay. It's like a remedy, not a heal. We'll grab a couple of these. There's probably some status effects we won't have heals for, or there's a chance that we get hit with more than one status at once. Everything else we're pretty decently stocked on. We could maybe buy some more med kits. We've got some new equipment here. Does it show... It doesn't show, like, a comparison against my current equipment, which is annoying. Well, I'm sure I'm assuming we'll probably be able to come back here after Cosmos is in the party. There's also a card game that has been talked about. I thought we got this starter set from the robot in the bar. I could have sworn he gave it to us. But it says there that we have quantity 0. Let's see here. Oh yeah, let's look at this purple ring. Ether attack +2. This is what we got for beating Margulis. It doesn't seem like a very good accessory for beating a scripted loss, but maybe it's better than I realized. Maybe I need to go talk to that rare, that robot. That's the rare drop from that fight. So you're not even guaranteed to get that? That's wild. That's actually wild that you're not even guaranteed to get that. Okay, so if I can't do this from here, I'm guessing that I'm in a specific game state where this isn't accessible. So I probably need to deliver this food before I can do EVS stuff. So we haven't been up the elevator and we haven't been to the bridge, but let me walk back to the galley real quick, the restaurant, and see if I can talk to this robot again. I don't know how I could have possibly done this after saving. I could have sworn he gave me a set of cards, but maybe he just told me that the shop had it available. Yep, he just says hello. Alright, well I guess we have to buy that. That's not a door. Okay. Let's go check out the elevator. Or no, wait. The elevator goes down to maintenance. So that's probably where Cosmos and Chaos are. I'm assuming we're going to have to see a scene with them. So let's head towards the bridge first. I have a feeling that's probably where Cherenkov is. So we're going to go this way. What else is going on? Exit airlock? That's just an airlock right there? Wow. Oh, there's a map. Cool. So on the opposite side of me is the UMN terminal. Basement 1 is cargo. Basement 2 is maintenance. Basement 3 is the hangar. Cool. This is actually a very sensible layout and map compared to the Woogland. So yeah, this is our UMN terminal. Alright, let's go to the bridge. Look for James Brown. We've got a very spicy matchup coming during the ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and open up a prediction here. This is round 11, the last round, between the two Mario sidekicks. It's Luigi versus Yoshi. The score is tied up 5-5 going into the final round. It's been back and forth, neck and neck the entire time. Put it all on the line with this prediction, folks. We're going to be switching to a new matchup after this. But in a few minutes we're going to be running an ad, and if you are not watching you know, Taco Bell or pharmaceutical ads, you will get to see this matchup. Oh, it's just Tony over here. What lewd thing is he going to say? Hey, you're a pretty good cook. How about it? Why don't you stay on the ship as the head chef? Thanks for the offer, but I have all sorts of other work to do. That's too bad. If you stay, I wouldn't have to put up with Hammer and Chaos's bad leftovers anymore. By the way, you guys were on the warship that got wrecked, right? What the heck were you doing in that remote region anyway? I believe they said they were investigating planetary extinction. But after we picked up some flotsam, the Gnosis attacked, and now we're here. Huh? I don't get it at all. Even I don't know exactly what happened. Okay, that was actually an important detail that I was not expecting to get at this very moment. Shion says that the Woogland was Investigating planetary extinction. I don't recall that ever being mentioned, and being that we saw Pellegrini watching a video of what looked like a planetary extinction, that sounds extremely significant. There's also a pretty strong precedent set so far that really important stuff happens in like missable NPC dialogue. Well, at least you're safe. Think about it this way. Good things will happen eventually. That's a weird thing to say. Hey, Belillaby, how's it going? Welcome in. Good afternoon to you as well. We're back with our hot plate of food. Trying to find Cherenkov. I guess he is downstairs. Tony just chilling in the bridge in his gamer chair, flying the ship all by his lonesome. It's where he feels at home, I guess. If I remember correctly, we were only able to go to the first basement in the elevator. Yeah. It just says, would you like to go to B1? And we have to say yes or no. We can't go to B2 or B3. Cutscene. Oh, Cosmos is in her pod. Her tanning bed. Getting her bronze on.
So we finally meet.
Oh.
Now, where does the real you exist? Good night.
Huh? Oh, now Cherenkov is here. This song, though.
I guess nobody's here.
Okay, we're about to get hit with the ad, so I don't want to get too deep into this. I'm also going to try to write some things down really quick before it starts. But we're going to pause here until after the ad. I'm just going to write some things down really quick before I run it. Chaos. Chaos inspects the charging, I'll just say charging Cosmos in maintenance, but sneaks away before Cherenkov enters. All right, so I'm going to switch over to the ads. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're going to see... Oh, we're already in it. Never mind. No.
Free for all! Luigi! Mario! Luigi! Yoshi! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Yoshi.
All right. I heard a kill at the last second, and I was like, oh man, did it come down to a buzzer beater? But it looks like it didn't. It looks like Yoshi just stomped Luigi. Which, you know, honestly, kind of seems to track canonically. Yoshi's got his own series of games with a lot more than Luigi's got, you know? He's got a little bit more of a commanding presence than Luigi. So our final score is going to be 6-5 for Yoshi, who went on quite a run throughout this matchup. But it was a tight one, to be sure. We can't have a score any closer than 6-5 in these matchups. But now we're going to switch characters. For the next 11 ad breaks, it's going to be Jigglypuff. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's the wrong chip. It's going to be Jigglypuff in the red corner and Captain Falcon in the blue corner. So battle of the secret characters, battle of the punch versus the puff. This one could be a massacre, folks. This is definitely a shutout contender, I would say. Jigglypuff is our lowest ranked character, but has never been shut out. And Captain Falcon is our one of our top position fighters. He's spent a lot of time in second place, but he's actually currently in fourth, which is mostly due to the fact that he has a temporary 0 against Jigglypuff. This is a dynamic tier list, so it's not super accurate moment to moment. But before having this 0 against him temporarily, I believe he was the second position fighter behind or in front of Mario and Link. But pretty close. Second, third, and fourth place only separated by 0.3 of a point. So very, very close there. Anyways, that's what you can look forward to. Let me get these scores reset and the fighter cards changed over to the right characters. All right, there we go. So we got Jigglypuff over here and Captain Falcon over here. There we go. And we'll get to see how that goes in about an hour. But for now, we're going to go back to the game. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we just started a cutscene. Chaos was checking on Cosmos and kind of saying some very hello fellow android type things. He's very curious about her. But as soon as he realized that Cherenkov was coming, he dipped, and Cherenkov just came in and thinks that nobody's here. But he's acting very sheepish, which seems out of character for him. So let's see what he's up to. Let's see what he's doing. Okay, he's looking. He's having a nice look at Cosmos. Ooh. What? Is that English?
I trust this will work correctly. But why?
Gone. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Yes.
Energy bypass is subject secure. Control bindings released to level 6.
That's amazing.
Everybody down on the floor!
Oh.
This facility is now under control of the UTIC organization.
Oh, that's him.
Any resistance whatsoever will be met with deadly force. So don't even think about trying anything. As long as you follow our orders, you will not be harmed. We appreciate your cooperation.
Xenogears noise. Ooh. Whoa. Creepy. Whoa. So this must be the accident. Whew. Dang. What's up, Mesmer? How are you doing? Okay.
Is this the same archetype from before?
Oh. You really think that's gonna work, Broseph? What a wimp. So I'm pretty sure the implication was that was him hiding during the UTIC massacre as well. So he's getting framed as kind of a coward. Patsy guy. Okay, hold on. We got some writing to do. Ascended Card, welcome in. You've been catching the VODs and you like the note-taking? Well, you are in the right place. Welcome in. It's very rare to find someone who enjoys watching someone else write. So happy to have you. Thanks for watching the VODs, by the way. Oh, and thank you. Yes, we've had a lot of compliments on the shirt so far today. I'm a big fan as well, obviously, or I wouldn't be wearing it. Hunter, welcome in. How are you? You don't think there's any coming back from that? Yeah, the big giant purple laser that got shot at the helicopter? Yeah, I don't think so either. So Cherenkov wonders if this archetype, weird choice of words, of Cosmos is the same. He points a pistol at her head, but can't bring himself to fire. We see him cowering during the flashback and trying to escape. He is being painted as a coward. So yeah, at the beginning of the game, he looked like kind of this like strong aggro type juxtaposed against the cool, calm, and collected Moriyama. But it looks like maybe that's a front that he's putting on to try and protect himself. Because he's just a scared little guy inside. Okay, so now we're down on B1. Oh, cool! I can shoot my my disruptor, vandalizer, whatever it's called, while holding my tray of hot food. That's excellent. I was wondering about that. Oh, an email. Let me also check my email. Nuclear hot curry. Oh, this is from someone at Vector. I would appreciate your cooperation in the search. There's something I should tell you first. In approximately 1,200 seconds, the AI in question will be completed. That's right. The time allocated to search has actually already started, and there isn't much time remaining. I don't believe I mentioned this to you in my previous email. I apologize for leaving out details. I'd like to briefly explain the search that is about to begin. We will continue monitoring Mercury around the clock. We know what time the invasion is supposed to take place, but are taking extra precautions. I will send you an email once we confirm that the intruder has made access. Okay, so this is the follow-up on our hacker situation that we agreed to help with. Use your AI to identify the intruder's access node. Give me the approximate location. If you cannot clearly identify it, we'll dispatch our investigators to those specific locations. That way we can restrict the culprit and close in on him. I'm assuming this isn't story related, or I guess I should say initially I assumed that this wasn't story related because we were only given the option to accept or decline. But maybe it is story related. You're here. So after 24 hours, is the curry still steaming hot? It is. Yeah, this curry can't be defeated. Oh, that's actually a walkway that was blocked. Very cool. That's how we get over here. Simone. Ooh, another ether upgrade, which is just like points that you can give to whoever you want. It's like an experience candy in Pokemon. Kind of a cool, unexpected mechanic. Hey, Captain Matthews, I went down to maintenance, and you know all those, like, crates of various sizes that you have? Yeah, I destroyed all those. You know how you owe a bunch of money to your overlord? Yeah, there was some money in there, but I'm gonna keep it, so just so you know. Alright, well we know that maintenance is on B2, so let's explore the rest of B1 before we go down. There's an emergency switch here that it seems like we probably shouldn't press, but obviously we're tempted to. This game went some interesting places. Oh yeah, this game is going a lot of places, SNES. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Oh, there goes my analog. And there's a lot of stuff here. This is really nice. So, Is this the lower level of B1? Apparently I can climb a ladder with a tray of hot food and an open cup of liquid. No, we're on B2 as well. So maybe there's 2 different sections of B2 that are separate. You love that they didn't give Xion an animation to shoot while holding the curry, so she just blows things up with the curry? Yeah, it's fun. Catapult. I thought the catapult was on B3. I'm so paranoid that I'm going to walk into a cutscene before I get to explore the rest of the ship. But I guess that's what the EVS is for. Do I think Starmen are aliens or robots? That's an interesting question. I feel like the Starmen are supposed to be aliens. But I think either interpretation works. Oh my god. Really? It's the weirdest thing. There's all these random in-game actions. This was a thing in Final Fantasy X-2 as well, where it would just randomly turn off the analog function of the controller, and I would have to repress the button to turn it back on to be able to use the analog stick for movement instead of the D-pad. This guy has no problem with what I'm doing. Well, these are doors. That's a red door. And it's really strange. 2 different controllers have done it as well. A fiber suit. Getting all kinds of stuff here. Let's see what this guy says. Oh, this is Hammer. Huh? What are you doing? Oh, nothing. I'm just looking for the commander. Hey, what happened to the pod we were in? Oh, if you mean the escape pod, we cleared it out already. After all, it may be small, but military escape pods use cutting-edge technology. They sell for quite a lot to the right people. I see, so you put the pod up for sale? Oh, shoot. I'm really sorry. Please pretend that you didn't hear that. It was all the captain's idea. Oh, it's completely alright. It's not like it belonged to me, and I'm sure that to the military it's just another piece of equipment. But Hammer, aren't you awfully quick to point a finger at the captain? Ah, don't worry about it. After all, you're the only one who can protect yourself. Okay. Alright, that's door number 14. So now the red door system makes a lot more sense, now that I have a better sense of how the EVS works. Is this a dead end? It is. What is this for? What do you think, Ascent Card? Also, if you go buy something for short, let me know. What are your thoughts on the origin of Starmen? And I guess we can pose that question to everybody. How do I get over there? That must be the other section of B2. Can I go this way? Further? Yes. Okay, there's still more. This might connect to the rest of B2 as well. Keep thinking these are maps, but they're not. More ether points to use. We're going to do some trial and error experimentation and learn how these work. Because I feel like my inclination is always to just hold on to things that I can do later. A disarm key. Interesting. I'm always inclined to hold on to things until later if I can stave off a decision. What number is this? Number 8. Okay. But I have a feeling that will come back to bite me in the butt in this game. It usually does in any game. So if I can do some trial and error, experimentation, some save scumming, to learn a little bit more about how it works, I'll probably be a little bit more motivated to go ahead and use the stuff. Oh, there's another save point here. Okay, that's a pretty strong sign that we're probably about to find Cherenkov and another cutscene. You think it goes either way. In Smash Bros, they're at least completely stationary and don't budge. So you think they're robots. Interesting. So this is number 21. And we'll call this Elsa B2 Lab. Parentheses, still Curry. Wait for it. You know what we are right now? You know what Shion's job is right now? Her job is to be a courier. Man, I'm good. It doesn't seem like the curry will ever cool off. I think it would have if it was possible. Oh, Chaos, were you able to talk with Cosmos? No, she seemed to be asleep, so I didn't want to bother her. I'll try again later. Oh, that's too bad. But she was quite beautiful, even asleep. Why, thank you. Weird that she says thank you. By the way, have you seen the commander? I saw the commander go into the maintenance lab. Just go up the elevator on the left and the hangar up ahead. Really? You're a great help, thanks. Alright, cool. That's helpful. Now we know exactly where he is. I think the commander is at the top of the left elevator in the hangar. Top of the left hangar in... Or top of the left elevator in the hangar. We got 2 doors in here? Yeah, it's I guess because she designed her, so she's taking credit for how she looks, but it just feels really weird. And it seems to go against Shion's perspective of, like, wanting to see Cosmos as her own person. Is this where I came from? No, this is not where I came from. Oh, wait. Okay, this is the other area. I want to hit this emergency switch and see what happens. See if I just get sucked out into space and die. Oh, okay. It's probably like the other one where we're gonna have to use this. And it's just giving us a chance to learn what it does. Thank you for booing my joke, Hunter. Also, I have to soapbox for a little moment. I have found that amongst millennials especially, of which I am a member of that group, it seems like there is this synergistic nature between people's perception of wordplay and quote-unquote dad humor being the same thing. And I'm kind of mad about it, because wordplay does not belong to dads. I've been doing wordplay since I was like 13 years old. There are plenty of people who do wordplay humor that are not dads. So, I'm a little annoyed that so many people immediately call wordplay dad humor. But yes, I am a dad now. But it annoys me that people are like, oh, Austin's jumped on the dad humor. And it's like, I've been making jokes like this since I was a kid. I've always loved wordplay. So I feel like I have somewhat of a unique perspective. Like, my sense of humor hasn't changed since becoming a parent. Also, thank you for that, Shane. Speaking of which. So I just had to soapbox with that for a minute. Like, dad humor is a very real thing. And I think that the definition has gotten a little bit skewed, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like dad humor is supposed to mean that it's like cheesy or like not outdated in like a problematic sense, but like outdated in like an uncreative, low-hanging fruit sense. Or, you know, it's like a little bit cringe, but in like a wholesome and innocent way, you know, like popsicle stick jokes and things like that. But no, I don't think that becoming a dad makes all of your humor dad humor. And I would strongly assert that my sense of humor has not changed at all. And that wordplay does not equal dad humor. I think wordplay can be a very highbrow form of humor, and so to have it be pigeonholed as dad humor irks me a little bit. I think it's fun to find like the relationship between like the way words sound and they're spelled, and like jokes that only work when something is written versus jokes that only work when it's spoken aloud, and like trying to figure out the right way to phrase it so that it like comes off well. Like I feel like that's too high level for quote unquote dad humor. I don't think I can go anywhere else now. I think we've seen everything that we can see until I see Cherenkov, so I'm just gonna go down there. Oh, the one thing I wanted to look at though is my doors. I want to look at my doors, which is actually in the items menu, and we go to segment file. Such a vague sounding name. So we found door number 8, and we found door number 14 here on the Elsa. We found a key for door number 11 on Pleroma, but we haven't found door number 11 yet. And then there's one door we left behind on the Woogland, and there's one door we left behind in the very first area of the Cosmos simulator. So this is very well explained now that we know how the EVS is laid out. We're going to be able to go back to those areas kind of like not in real life. You know, obviously the Woogland doesn't exist anymore, but we can go back to a simulated version of it to like pick up stuff that we missed before. It's kind of cool, actually. I really like that. I prefer that to something like, you know, The Last of Us or like another Naughty Dog game where to revisit an old area, you have to like replay the story chapter and watch all the cutscenes again, and you're like reverted to a game state where you only have the stuff that you had at that point in the game and all that kind of stuff. Like, it has its own merit, but it's kind of annoying if you just want to go back and like look around or grab a chest that you missed. Hello, robot. Hello. I am in charge of maintaining this ship. Is there anything you need? I will sell you anything on this ship for cheap. I'd appreciate your patronage so the captain can repay his debts. What a strange... I guess the humor is supposed to be that the last letter of the sentence is capitalized instead of the first. Whoa, this person sells eggs. Or eggs equipment. This feels like a can of worms that I don't want to open yet. Oh yeah, and we can buy a frame here. Wow. That's a first. This is giving me Xenoblade X flashbacks. Today is the Xenosaga 3's anniversary. Interesting. The 19th anniversary. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, and I saw Ascended Card ask me what Xenoblade games I played, and the chat command, or the bot did its job and just automatically answered the question for you. But yes, that is my history with Xenoblade. I've played 1 and I've played X, and I own 2 and 3, but I haven't played them yet. Why can't I walk down there? Okay, thank you. What else is going on in here? So we have 2 eggs in the hangar. Don't know who they belong to. Oh, another robot. I'm the hardest worker on this ship. I even installed the locks on the slide deck. But when I was cleaning one of the cabins, I lost the disarm key. Oh boy, oh no. It should be easy to find though. All I need to do is press the circle button. but it's such a pain because the cabin's huge. Oh boy, oh no. Wait, which cabin did you say? Just one of the cabins. Okay, so we probably need to go back up to the very top to where those 2 rooms were. Might as well do that now while we're still holding our plate of hot food. Right? You never used the eggs? Interesting. Being forced to use them in Xenogears was an issue for you? You just didn't enjoy that mech combat? I definitely didn't use them a lot in, or really hardly ever in Xenoblade X. But the main reason for it was just because it was so overwhelming. It was like this entire system that you had to learn. And like a whole separate like trust fund level of money that you had to manage as well to like buy the frames, buy the equipment, because you would need to have a mech for each of your 3 characters in your party, and then you had to have like 4 to 5 pieces of equipment for each one of those mechs, and it was all like super expensive. So it was very like prohibitive to grind the necessary stuff. And then on top of that, you'd have like an entirely separate skill tree and all this other kind of stuff so it was like a whole separate game that you were playing, kind of. And I was just like, this is too much. Like everything else that I did in Xenoblade X was already too much without engaging with the mech combat at all. So I was just like, I can't do this. There's just way too much like UX and systems in that game. It's completely bloated and overloaded. Xenoblade 1 is much more what I'm looking for, with like the level of mechanical complexity and depth. Xenoblade X is just way too much. And I'm definitely worried about it a little bit in 2. I think it's going to be somewhere in between the 2. It's going to be more than I want, but not as bad as 1, if I had to predict. And then for Xenoblade 3, I have a pretty strong inclination to believe that it's pretty similar to 1. So I'm not too worried about that. Was this person in this cabin before? I don't remember there being a person in here before. Where'd they go? Oh, it's Alan. Oh, Chief. See, they are weird. Look at the strange powers that they use. There's no way a human being could go up against a Gnosis. But there's one right here. Chaos is a real flesh and blood human being, no matter how you look at it. And I'm saying that's the weird part. Oh, give it up. It'll be okay. Trust me. Well, that's what worries me the most. This still isn't a good idea. You saw the captain's face, didn't you? Don't you think that he looks pretty dangerous? That captain has definitely killed people before. Oh, you're so uptight. Girls won't like you if you're so annoying. God, she has no idea that he's interested in her. Alright, so I feel like it's probably the other cabin that has the disarm key. Do I know the main story of Xenoblade X? Are you asking me, Ascended? I mean, I beat the game, so I would say yes. There's definitely a lot of stuff I don't remember. There were a couple of like core aspects of the plot of Xenoblade X that I really liked. But I did not enjoy the conclusion of the game. I did not feel like my investment was rewarded. I got to the end of Xenoblade X feeling like, man, I should have just played Xenoblade 2 instead. There was a lot of stuff about the game that I really did like, but I was a little bit soured. There it is. We got it. Is there a big difference in the narrative of the original X versus the new version? Did they change stuff? Really? Why did they change the plot? I hate it when they do that. You can't just change the plot of your game in a remaster. That's such a weird thing to do. Where am I going? Oh, the elevator. Right. Adds a new chapter. Okay, they didn't change anything, they added things. Okay, well that makes more sense. So the new chapter happens at the end of the main story. Is it like a Band-Aid chapter? Because they were like, hey, we recognize that this was kind of a womp womp ending. They properly conclude the main story. Okay. Man, is Takahashi just doomed to like never make something to his full vision and always have it be like rushed and incomplete? Like, what is the... That's got to be the most frustrating thing ever as a creative person, to like never get to realize your full vision. Because we know that plagued this series. We know it plagued Xenogears. That's so dumb. Well, maybe I'll have to look up somebody playing through that chapter on YouTube or something. Or I'll wait for Permanent Violet to finish it. She's playing it right now. That's been fun to watch. But yeah, X is a difficult one. There's a lot of really cool stuff about the game that I like, but I definitely wouldn't ever play it again. It's too overwhelming for me. I'm gonna save here again. Same slot. Okay, let's go see what we can do with this disarm key. I think I walked right past that. Oh, it's right here. Releasing the slide deck lock. Okay. What does that do? Do I have to press the button again? Oh, okay. There is a slide deck switch. Press. Operating slide deck. Cool. Money. We've gotten a lot of money on this ship, which is really nice. How do I get over to that chest? That's probably through the red door. Where is this gonna go, though? Oh, it's this. Nice. These were teased. Ooh, a chest. Wow. Automod not allowing Shane to say rails. That's wild. Welcome in, Chris. How are you? Ooh, we got another key. Nice. Wait, was door 10 on this ship? I feel like we had door number 10. Yeah. Oh, that's the one in the Cosmos Simulator. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to be able to go back there and get that. Yeah, this is very much my style, Shane. Like, I strongly prefer linear games because I'm such a story head. Like, I firmly believe that your game, like, basically the more linear your game is, the more control you can have over the narrative, the more that you can do creatively to, like, control the pacing and the delivery and what information the player has at any given moment in time. Like, the more open you make your game and the more non-linear you make your game, the harder it is to tell a story. So I really don't like when story games try to be non-linear, because it really just like falls apart somewhere for me. I don't mind a game being non-linear, I just don't want that non-linear game to focus on narrative. You know, unless it's done in like a completely different way. You know, there are situations where it can work. But unless your storytelling style is like, you know, Metroid Prime, where it's just like environmental storytelling and like random little bits of lore that you pick up, I don't think it works. And when you give players like an infinite amount of time to like go goof around and do side quests, you can't control like the sense of urgency. You know, like if some scene happens and it's like, oh my god, they're gonna kill so and so, we've got to get to the next blah 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 before they such and such. But then you can just like, I can go fish, I can go dig, I can go fly around, you know, and then like 30 hours later you cross that threshold into stopping that person from being killed, and you made it just in time, you know? Like, that can be fine, but it certainly takes away an element of the narrative weight versus if you actually did have to rush there, you know? It gives you that extra level of immersion. I blew up those blocks. Oh, let me see what this guy says now that I found the disarm key. Xenoblade X's open world complemented the narrative of exploring a new planet and helping others build a new home in it. Yes, but I don't think it allowed them to create a deep story that centered around characters or like a central plot through line or a antagonist or a villain. The pacing was uncontrollable, and I think the result is that the story was very bland, in my opinion. Whereas something like Xenoblade 1, there is a lot of opportunity to just like waste time and go off the beaten path, but at least the characters like grew over time and interacted with each other. And I'm not saying it's perfect, by the way. I'm just saying that it was more linear, so it had more control over its narrative. Specifically the pacing. Alright, so this guy doesn't even know that we found his key. A lot of people make the argument of why not make a movie. Yeah, I think that's a really dumb argument too. Yeah. I think that's an extremely shallow rebuttal. And just because your game is linear doesn't mean that you aren't in control. I think we definitely lived through like a decade or so where people felt like anything linear was like holding their hand and like not allowing them to have agency in the game world. And so there was this like insistence that everything be completely hands off and open world. But in reality, the open world stuff was also very hand-holdy because it was the same era of like glowing yellow arrow beacons and yellow paint, which we're still in, and which is totally fine, by the way. And then also the games that were coming out during that point that were linear weren't hand-holdy because they were linear. They were hand-holdy because we lived in the age of, oh, please finish our game player. Please don't take it back to the store, please don't hang it up, please finish our game, so let's make it super easy and super obvious what to do all the time. It was just like a weird meshing of game design philosophy with the concept of something being linear. But something can be linear and be very hands-off at the same time. It's been done very well many, many times. There are lots of great examples. FF6 did open world right in its second half. A lot of people would not agree with you on that, Shane. I also would struggle to refer to World of Ruin as open world. But I see what you mean. Maybe for lack of a better term, that's okay to say. Everything you can do adds to the story, but you can also just go straight to the end. Yeah, and I'm a big fan of that format too. And like in a very microscopic way, that's kind of what the linear structure of this game is. Well, like, we're on a linear path. We could have just immediately walked directly to the cutscene, but there's all this little stuff that we can find along the way. It's the same idea. It's still a linear experience, but it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to do anything. It doesn't mean you're just like strapped into a roller coaster ride watching everything happen. You know, there's still all these different choices that you can make, and extra things that you can find. All right, this is where Cherenkov is. You like video game stories, but you can't say you're a story head. That's fair. Oh.
You?
Oh, I didn't see you in your room. I thought you might be a little hungry.
She's so calm.
What were you doing?
What were you doing? Just pointing a gun at you. I was looking at her with my gun out.
Cosmos, with a gun in your hand?
Thank you, Xion.
Oh, it's a bad habit.
Wow.
I see. Well, you are a soldier after all.
Xion, please tell me you're not
I know
that stupid.
someone with a habit like that. He's always carrying a sword around with a weird grin plastered on his face.
Oh, that's her brother.
Don't you think that's dangerous?
Yeah. That's definitely dangerous. So this is the android that can take on the Gnosis. She sure doesn't look like it.
You saw what she can do in your cowardly memory. He's projecting again.
But regardless of what she looks like, she's still a weapon.
I suppose you're right. Before we left the Woglinde, what was his name? Lieutenant Virgil?
Oh, he says
killed by this
Woglinde.
android's battle algorithm, wasn't he? I'm not trying to blame you. Logic, reason, they can bring about death. Happens all the time.
I never thought she would ever do something like that.
You programmed her basic logic architecture, right?
Yes, pretty much. I always thought of her like a daughter, or more like a friend, maybe. But
I see. Well, I doubt we could have saved the lieutenant from that situation anyway.
thanks for trying to cheer me up.
Nima, hush.
I noticed you eat very neatly.
Hmm? That's part of who I am. At least now, that is.
So, what were you doing on the Woglinde?
Why do you ask?
Just wondering. You somehow seemed different from the other crew members.
The Woglinde task force was assembled hastily. Besides, I'm a soldier. I'll go to where I'm assigned.
Soldier?
What? That was a weird thing to say. Meanwhile, at Area 66, Rupin Sector. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna write that down. Area 66. Rupin Sector. Okay, so I guess since we're at the start of a new scene, quick reactions to the previous scene. Cherenkov was a little caught off guard when Xion was like, what were you doing on the Woglinde? Because he's probably thinking, oh, how does she know that I had like a secret second mission? But she doesn't, she's not aware of that. But she somehow is picking up on, you seem different from the others. Which is interesting because she doesn't seem like, she has this weird thing going on where like, she's this really smart, high-level, science-y person, but she also doesn't seem very like astute or observant. She's kind of like weirdly cold and calculated, mixed with like aloof. It's very interesting. Let me catch up on chat too, I guess, because everyone's yapping about stories. You want your story games to have plenty of gameplay because you need that to have fun. Valid. That's why you don't play VNs. Okay, sure. You like the characters, but you never get the urge to play again because you need gameplay. Oh, you like the characters of the VNs. Sure. Sure, that's totally fine to have that preference. I don't think being a story head necessarily means that you will like visual novels either. Like, it's a very acquired taste. Like, you know, for some people, visual novels aren't video games, and I think that's a dumb way to look at it, but I get why people say that. You know, those are the why don't you just make a movie people, right? Whatever. That's fine. I like visual novels, but I don't want to play them all the time. You know, it's just another genre of game that I enjoy, and it's not something that I could just binge and play a ton of. I need the variety. 'Cause yeah, I like different types of gameplay loops. That's totally fine. But I think being a story head just means like it doesn't necessarily mean that if you enjoy stories in a game, or if you look for the story in the game, or that's your favorite aspect of a game, that doesn't make you a story head necessarily. I'm thinking of that meaning like you like to look for narrative devices and analyze different things that are happening, like in subtext or whatever. Like, you really, really like to dig into it, but there's plenty at a superficial level to enjoy as well. Like, oh yeah, the good guys teamed up and overcame the odds and beat the bad guys. I enjoyed that story. You know, it doesn't have to be that simple or reductive. It could be a more complex story, but still be like kind of superficial. But if you're like, oh, this character's arc is kind of like an allegory for this other thing from classical literature, or I've seen it used in other shows or games that I like, and I'm noticing the parallel, like kind of like meta story concepts, that's kind of where I'm getting the story head label. Obviously, I wouldn't expect every single person that plays video games and enjoys stories to necessarily get into that kind of stuff. I don't think you need to. It's just something that you can do if you enjoy it. FF13's linearity never bothered you. You always thought it was a stupid argument. Yeah, I agree, Shane. There's some specific reasons for it, especially since FF10 used the exact same corridor. Yep, that's always the funniest thing to me, is like, you know, there was this hallway simulator take about FF13, but it was tested, tried and true, and proven in 10. The big difference is just that 10's world feels more populated because there's more NPCs to talk to, whereas FF13's world is probably equally as populated, but there's no towns and you never get to talk to hardly any NPCs because you're like fugitives or whatever. So it wouldn't make sense for there to be NPCs in a lot of the places that you go to. So it feels a little more sterile and barren and less lived in for that reason. And so I think it stood out more to people. But it was, you know, it was also just one of those things where like some journalists, I was just talking about this with people in Jackie's Discord today or yesterday, where somebody like some journalist or influencer or whatever says an opinion that kind of like catches fire and just gets parroted for like a decade. You know, whether it's like Final Fantasy II is a bad game, or FF12, Vaughn was never meant to be the main character, or you know, Wind Waker is for little kids, you know, whatever it may be. They just like make their way into the lexicon, and they just like get rooted forever. And they're just so hard to get people to break away from. It's really interesting how that kind of stuff happens. Your hot take is that 10 is not a great game, but it had a very good and clear core story, which people loved. I think Final Fantasy X is a very good game. And I think it has a good and clear core story. I think 10's story in the broad strokes is incredibly strong, but in the details is very muddy. And it's almost like feels like there's like two voices, like two creative voices, or something. I like 10 a lot. I don't like how it ends. I don't like how 10 ends. There's a couple of things. if we imagine that the story of Final Fantasy X is a Parthenon style building with like a border of columns around it supporting its narrative structure, there's a couple of those columns that I don't like, but most of them I do. We doing hot takes? If you want, Smash, welcome in. Hello, how you doing? Area 66 is actually a spaceship. Yeah. Maybe it's not. We'll see. Yeah, there's a weird juxtaposition, Shane, of like her being like naive and young but also like really gifted and smart. I guess it's maybe it's like she's like book smart, but then like not street smart. Okay, we're in the ad. I'm gonna run Smash Bros. See y'all in 3 minutes.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
Okay. Sorry, I needed a few extra minutes on that one. There's a lot going on at the house today. Let's see here. Captain Falcon wins, surprising no one. By the skin of your teeth, Smashington says. But it looks like it was kind of a blowout. But Jigglypuff did have 2 KOs, so that's something, I guess. So round 1 goes to Captain Falcon. And I forgot to pay out the prediction from the final Luigi versus Yoshi match. Unfortunately, all of the Luigi believers lose their points. Also, I believe it said Luigi on the prediction and not Luigi. That was not intentional, but I'll take credit for it. Jigglypuff is biding her time. She's going to take off soon. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that, Shane. With only 3 matchups left to go after this, I don't know if we're going to see a meteoric rise for Jigglypuff. She would have to, like, her remaining opponents are like all the top ranked characters. Captain Falcon, Fox, and Link. They're all like the top. Those are the top 3 characters right now. I mean, she might be able to beat Luigi. But who knows? Maybe Jigglypuff will shock us all and she's terrible except for against the best characters. She's resting. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I believe that Cap was yelling a lot. Yeah, I totally believe it. Falcon! Ha! He is quite the yelly guy. He's a yeller. Welcome in, Cal. How are you doing today, dude? Hope things are going good for you. Let's see. Are my scores updated? They are not. There we go. Now the scores are updated. And we can go back over here. Okay. We just flipped from one cutscene to the other. New place, new ship. Probably new people. Probably new proper nouns. Let's see.
Well, looks like we've lost
Oh, okay, never mind. This is us.
Yeah. Thanks to your linking directly to the main controls.
You're welcome. Oh, I just received a UMN pulse. Preparing a long-distance jump to the Federation capital of 5th Jerusalem.
Wait, that's not where we're supposed to go.
Momo, we're not going back to the subcommittee headquarters.
Oh.
What? Why not?
I was told to escort you to the autonomous government of Second Miltia. I'm sorry. Those were my orders.
All right. Now setting course for Miltian star system.
Aw.
I've received word that the 100 series is on board a ship headed for Second Miltia.
Well, that was fast. Once she's safely transferred to the UMN control center on Second Miltia, we'll finally have a little peace of mind.
It's all such a bother, though. It would have been so much easier to perform the analysis here.
We can't decode the protection in that Realian here. We have to send her to the UMN control center, located at the former Vector Transfer Gate control facility.
That's right. Besides, the entire area within a few dozen light years of old Miltia has been sealed off ever since that incident 14 years ago.
Okay.
So this certainly beats traveling through regular space.
14 years ago.
Joachim Mizrahi. You really outdid yourself this time.
That guy sounds so funny. All I hear is just Gene Starwind doing an impersonation.
Oh, don't worry about it. You're absolutely right.
By the way, do you really think the Y data is hidden within that Realian?
The Y data. Okay, we gotta pause for a second and catch up. Okay, so back at the SOCE, the committee discusses next steps. It seems Momo may hold valuable data, and
I'm a game inventor.
There
I've invented games.
was
I've sold
not
games. It's nice.
a way
Played it.
to perform
Say no.
the
you don't understand.
required analysis / extraction at I guess we'll just say SOCE. Thank you, Smash. I know that was you. Yep, thank you. And that's why they are going to Milsha. Confirmed that the I guess I'll write this in orange. Milshin conflict incident was 14 years ago, which coincides with what Margulis was saying about whatever UTIC is up to. So they were kicked off with some effort 14 years ago as well. Okay, continuing on.
Conclusive evidence that she holds the code to unlock the UMN transfer gate leading to the sealed-off sector. Aside from that, she's pretty much a mystery. We'll just have to open her up and see.
If she doesn't have it, we'll be required to delay the Zohar project. How will we explain that to the Council?
Even if it's lost, we still have one other lead. Let me pull up my documents. This image was processed from the only remaining surveillance camera. The picture's unclear, but that boy served as Joachim's assistant. Judging from the time frame, we believe he was somehow involved with the Y data.
Where did the boy come from?
The records are missing. The only information we have is that he was 14 and studying at the University of Bormio. But even that's just second-hand information from Mizrahi.
He got into Bormio at 14? Must have been pretty smart.
You don't know what happened to him?
Correct. It's currently under investigation.
If he's alive, he'd be 28 years old now.
This research paper is on the secondary effects of the Hilbert wave.
The Hilbert effect? Do you think there's a chance he slipped into Vector?
Back when UTIC was still the Mizrahi Cerebral Sciences Research Center, Mizrahi's main patron was none other than Vector. It's certainly a possibility. There's no concrete evidence, of course.
Dr. Mizrahi, please continue your investigation of this issue.
Yes, of course.
In any case, our first priority is to get access to the old Milsha sector. Our hands are tied until we recover the original Zohar located there.
Oh. Okay. Okay, pausing again. Access to old Milsha is not just restricted / forbidden, but not possible. It seems special data / coordinates are needed, which seems to point to Momo. Or whatever this Y data is. That could be coordinates related as well. And then also it seems like second Miltia is a separate, different place. We don't know to what extent. And then the big reveal here is that the original Zohar is in Old Miltia. Okay, now we're back on the Elsa. Oh, and we're back in control. Okay. Cool. Let's check it out. So Cosmos is still in sleep state. And we're here with Cherenkov. What does he have to say? Oh, that curry was, well, it was very good. Commander, just say thank you for dinner. Oh, right. Thank you for dinner. You're welcome. I really hope you liked it. Commander, I know what happened on the Woglinde was truly horrific, but this is a civilian passenger freighter and we are simply here as guests. I don't think you need to be such a stickler to the ways of the military. I see. That's true. I'll try to be more careful. That was a weird response to that. Also, it's so cool having just, like, basically the entire voice cast of my favorite anime dub be the cast and crew for this game, like so many other games from this era. Hey, Miss Vector, if you're just lounging around, come to the bridge for a sec. What could it be? I wonder if something happened. Was that Matthews? It's probably Matthews. Monster, Chris. Monster's my favorite anime, and the dub is really good and has all these same people in it because they were like the English voice actors for everything Japanese, whether it was anime or video games, for like pretty much everything that came out in like the mid to late aughts. I haven't heard either of the two main characters in this game yet, but I won't be surprised if they show up somewhere, so fingers crossed we get to hear Liam O'Brien at some point. Okay, so now we have to go to the bridge. Oh. Oh no, my monitors are freaking out. Settle down. Are we doing this? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go troubleshoot in the other room. Let me see if it calms down. Are we good? Are we good? I think we're good. Alright, let me fix my windows. We just need to hold out for one more day, display adapters, okay? We just need to hold out for one more day, and then I will troubleshoot you over the weekend. Oh, it's doing it again. Okay, hold on. Let me go, let me go do some troubleshooting in the other room. Okay, what a disaster. I was hoping we could get lucky and dodge that today. But no. We're okay for now. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Maybe it will. Sorry. Okay. We just saved, or did we not save yet? Was I just about to save? Let me see. No, we haven't saved yet. Okay, so this is 22. Back on Elsa. Post cutscenes. I really appreciate the parallel edits amid you know, the more on the ground stuff. It's always nice. Like, you know, when you're playing as a random character walking through an environment and you walk into a cutscene, I feel like it's usually the expectation that the cutscene is going to be like an interaction between that character that you're playing as and some other characters in the environment or something like that, you know, or maybe a flashback of that character. And then, you know, gameplay resumes. But it's always nice and exciting when instead the cutscene that you walk into is just something that's going on in a completely different place with other characters that helps inform the larger narrative, and then you know, go back to the gameplay that you were doing, and you were just like interrupted for a second for this other story moment. I really like stuff like that. Big fan of parallel edits in my books. Still can't use the cargo elevator. I'm going to try going back up to the EVS point and see if I can do EVS stuff. I really want to. I don't know how these mini games work, though. I want to mess around with that for a second. Maybe now is the time where we'll do some try. I wanted to get somebody else in my party before messing around with the abilities and ether points and stuff like that, but... Oh, Alan's out here now. Hey, Chief. Oh, Alan, what's the matter? Chief, I've been thinking a lot since then, and they seem to be pretty good people. So I'm thinking of trying to meet them halfway, bit by bit. Wow, Alan, I'm surprised. You're usually so hard-headed with your logic and preconceptions, so I was a little worried that you'd become like one of Wells's aliens. Good luck, bye. Oh, no, that's not it. That is my efforts... Oh, Chief, actually... Wells is aliens. Does she mean like H.G. Wells? That's probably going to show up in the database later. Oh, hello there. Hey, do you know about that EVS plate there? The EVS is the general term for the Environmental Simulator Service offered by the UMN administration. You probably wouldn't understand a detailed explanation, so I'll explain it in layman terms. Wow. Thanks, robot. On top of the old save function, it can also activate various environmental simulators. The UMN administration currently supports 4 kinds of game centers. They also have battlefields based on recorded battle data. There are lots of ways to play with it, so check it out. But in order to use the service, you'll need the passport for that particular service. Good luck getting them all. Alright, so I see. Now that this blue thing is here, we're going to be able to use it. So now we can go in here, and we can go here. And we can actually go to these previous areas. We know that there's something we can get in the Cosmos simulator. There's stuff in the Woglinde and the Pleroma as well, but I don't know if we can actually get them right now. But I also want to see... We have these other passports. Use this to play an eggs minigame. Use this to play a drill minigame. Use this to play a card game. Complete deck included. Got it. So I'm assuming we can do these right now as well. Let me look at this again really quick. This one's the battle simulator. Yeah, and then we have 3 doors unaccounted for, and then 1 key for a door that we haven't found yet. That's a little concerning. Finding the key before the door worries me a little bit, but I'm sure it's fine. So let's see what happens if I use Drill Passport. Does this literally just take me back to that one specific screen where we played the drill minigame and then I can play it again? Oh, this is totally different. Whoa. Welcome to the Driller game. You're a first-time customer, correct? Please have your Drill Passport verified at the counter to your left. That's all you say? Okay. Welcome to the Driller game. This is your first game, right? Let me check your Drill Passport. Okay, everything checks out. Now you're our customers. Go talk to Hollyana over there for instructions on the Driller game. Come talk to me whenever you want to play the game. Okay. I need to go get the little guy his lunch. I'll be back in just a quick minute. Okay, I'm back. Wait, what? Oh. The reason that got flagged, Chris, is because of the Kappa emote. But it does seem like there is a special flag for spacing every single letter, because Automod is like, hey, this person's trying to make a word out of single letters so that it doesn't get grabbed by the... Also, your message did technically end with the word tit. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here with Automod. Very fascinating. But yeah, all the single letters. I have Kappa emotes blocked just because I'm not a fan. But it's nothing against you personally. It's weird too when, like, if I look at the message on one screen, it has all the spaces in there. If I look at it on another screen, it's like it automatically intuited the spaces and like removed them. I don't know what's going on there. Or maybe that's... I don't know what's going on there. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Anyways, I'm back. You made an airport joke for needing a passport to play an arcade game. Yes, there you go. Exactly. That was the gist of it. Okay, we're back. Welcome drill game. So we can just go walk around in this big area and look around. It's really bizarre that there's no music here. Who are these people? I can't get any items. It's no fun. It's no fun. I want items. Gimme, gimme. Wow. Oh, this child can't get items in the driller game, so she's asking me to buy them. If you people have any extra items, won't you sell them to me? Grandpa, buy lots, okay? Interesting. Okay. He'll buy extra items that we have. Wonder what kind of items we can win. What mode do you like to play? I'm all about the free mode. It's so exciting to see what comes out. If you're lucky enough to get a drill key, you can even get prizes. I really recommend the free mode. The box contents in free mode seem to have a pattern to them. There are all sorts of boxes, but for instance, there are some boxes that always have money in them. If you can figure out what box has what, it'll be easy to consistently get things. Huh. Okay. So, you can even get prizes. So does that mean there are no prizes until you get a drill key? Because that seems kind of weird. It seems like the whole incentive for doing this would be to get prizes, not just for the fun of drilling. Missions are what the DG is about. Oops, sorry. Driller game, to be correct. Veterans like me call it DG. Well, you seem like a total newbie, so you should just stick to calling it the driller game. My God. Tell you the secret to clearing missions? Huh, what a lame thing to ask. A true driller has his own method of conquest. I can't tell you just so easily. Conquest of the crane game. This is so funny. It really feels like there should be some like kooky music happening right now, though. Look at this. I love driller. Damn, damn, damn. I can't get any drill key. If only I had a drill key, I could open this door. The prizes here are all one of a kind. I don't want someone else to get it. Hey, you better not swipe them. Oh, I see. The box with the ribbon on it is marked spectacular prize inside. That door won't open without a drill key. The prize is yours if you have a drill key. I see. So you get to choose one of these prizes if you find a drill key. So they're probably like a higher tier of prize. One game costs 200G. That's kind of expensive. A passion for drilling. Let's see what she says about the explanation. Explain the driller game. This is a sophisticated, intense, and exhilarating game. I love how self-aware they are here. Various items and rare prizes. Okay, about the game modes. There's 2 modes. In free mode, you aim for randomly placed boxes and destroy them. This is where you can obtain the drill key. Second one is mission mode. You can get a special one-of-a-kind prize if you fulfill the conditions within the time limit. These are highly difficult and very popular among veterans. Okay. Some modes may be added later on. Cool. And then lastly, tell me about the prizes. Okay, one drill key. We also have deluxe prizes when you clear a game in mission mode. So, is there more than one drill key? Can I get all 5 of those prizes, or do I have to pick one randomly? Alright. Let's play the game. Really? You will? Free mode. 2 missions. We'll try free mode first. Start game. I don't need to hear the instructions. It's really weird that there's no sound here. Oh, okay. I didn't realize what was happening. Really, really weird that there's no sound here. Okay. This is what we're looking for. So, do I just automatically get that money by breaking it open? I'm assuming I do. Or do I have, like, how many times do I get to do this? Do I do this until I've... Pick up any items that came out because they get cleared away before the next game. Oh, like I go and physically walk over here? Oh! Okay. Interesting. So did it say somewhere how many, like, shots I got, but it didn't show me? It kind of felt like 5, but I wasn't counting. Let me try again. Why won't you let me change my camera angle? There we go. So that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. Okay, so I think you just get to go 5 times. These are pretty decent items, though. Like, even if we aren't making our money back, we're definitely making our money back in items. Let's do one more free mode. Well, let's just hear this out. Maybe he'll tell me. Yeah, move the drill 5 times. Okay. Cool. Let's do this one more time. And then we'll see what the mission is. He didn't say anything about these orbs, though. But it seems like we don't want to hit those. Oof. Bummer. No sound effect for the drill either. It's just really uncanny. No, like, or anything. Okay, maybe those ball things didn't shock the drill, and that's just always there. that 5? Yeah. I wonder if the drill key has a special sprite or if it just looks like that. That's all I got? Dang. Okay, let's see what the mission looks like. I'm not going to waste all my money in here. Yes, please explain. 80 seconds, but you can move the drill as many times as you want. The mission is to destroy all the boxes. Even if you destroy all the boxes, you won't clear the mission until the drill's strut is back at its starting position. Huh. Okay. This is odd. Okay, so it's just saying that you have to destroy the last one and have it return to position. So like in a buzzer beater type situation. And we want to go for doubles here. I didn't quite get that one. Let's go for something ballsy here. Yeah, not quite. So you want to spend as little time as possible going for width. I got to imagine that there was an intention to have music for this mode and they just didn't have time. Yeah, you got to get some doubles in order to beat this mission. You can't just get them all one at a time. What's wrong? Did you lose your passion for the drill? Wow. Oh, you get a consolation prize. That's nice. Let's try that one more time. Dang it. Dang it, man, it's really hard to get the double. How are we already down to 45? Didn't it start at 80? How are we already halfway time elapsed? Sheesh. I'm doing even worse this time. It's very precise on whether or not you get the double. Nope. And these round ones are going to be very difficult to get doubles on. Yikes. Alright, well, we're definitely not going to do that again. Thanks for the med kit. Alright, let's get out of here. Ending driller game. Yes. Good job, little man. You all done? Good work. That was quick. All right, let's see what else we can do here. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. We have a card game and a battle simulator. An AGWS minigame. Is this just fighting? Or is it something else? Oh. 2-player. Is this like the fighting? Whoa. Whoa. This is intense. Let's just take a peek at this. You only have one character to choose from. We can choose some equipment. Let's go sword and shield. And a missile pod. What is this? Is this just a battle? No. Whoa! This is wild. What is happening? How do I use my... I win. I don't know how to use the shield or the missile pod. So it's kind of like... It's like a 3D evolution of the... fighting game from Xenogears. This is nuts. Weird. Do 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 do. See, this one has a song. Okay, so L1. Okay, got it. I can't move while shielding. That kind of blows. Stop. Brother. Stop moving. Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to do anything about them. Weird. This is a wild minigame. This is like its own video game. Alright, so I'm gonna try these missiles. Why is the range so bad? Why is that not hitting? Okay, thank you. Why can I not pivot? Why can I only pivot in one direction? What's going on there? Yeah, get wrecked. Get skated on. This again? Oh, right, I have to beat him 2 times. I gotta chase him down with the missiles. Doo-dee-da-boo-ba-boo-bee. Ah. Corner up. No. Yes. Got him. Ooh. Oh, you're so fast. How do I turn around? I don't... Oh. Whoa. Wild version of tank controls. I get it now. It's like tank controls meets flight stick. These controls are intense. It would be very time-consuming to get good at this. This is fascinating, though. How do I leave? How do I stop doing this? Do I have to just lose? I also don't understand the cooldown of my sword. So this is like a 3D Gundam fighting game. Wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Man, how many stages are there of this? Little guy is yapping. Y'all hear him? He is yapping. Don't know where he gets it. Where are you? Oh, hello. Where'd you go? Oh, I'm getting wrecked. I'm getting schooled. These environments are like incredibly unique too. Like I could see something like this having like reused versions of other areas that we've been to. Yeah, he really is just dancing around me. Well, I'm just gonna lose on purpose here because I don't know how else to get out of this game. Plus I'm gonna run the ad and move the little guy back into his spot. That's a pretty cool little trick, so. Hurry up! Hurry up! Okay, thank you. Game over. So the only way to get out of this mode is to just lose. That's kind of wild. And the fact that it's 2-player is pretty intense too. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna run an ad. I'm gonna go feed the pups and put the little guy back in his spot. And I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Show me your moves. This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
All right, folks, welcome back. Captain Falcon takes another one. If Jigglypuff wins any of these, I will be stunned and demand an instant replay. I would bet money that this one's going to be a shutout. But we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of these other characters I probably would have thought shut out Jigglypuff. But maybe not. None of them are super heavy hitters. Except maybe Mario. Anyways, scores are updated. And we can go back to the game. Right here. Okay, now we're going to check out... what are we going to check out? I guess we're going to check out the card game. Let's see what this looks like. Using these from the item screen makes it feel so Easter eggy and secret and, like, not overly obvious. Like, it, you know, it doesn't feel like we're selecting these from a minigame menu. Xenocard. Play the card game. The three types of games are Exhibition, Two-Player Battle, and Tournament. You can access the Help menu by pressing the Select button anytime during the game. Create decks, unseal cards, and view cards. This is wild. There's a tutorial. Huh. Let's see the tutorial. Whoa. That text is so way back there. Hold on a second. There we go. Fix my monitor view. Here's a basic step-by-step guide for playing the Xenocard game. Xenocard is a full-scale trading card game based on the world of Xenosaga. Now you can immerse yourself in the world of Xenosaga through these cards. You have 40 cards to create a set or a deck. You can only have 3 of the same cards. Okay. Comes with a pre-made deck, so you can try using that for starters. The cards can be purchased, shopped, or acquired as an item. Collect as many cards as you can. Battle cards, event cards, and situation cards. Okay. Battle cards are characters and weapons. Event cards restore HP on your own cards or interfere with other players. Situation cards can restore HP or interfere with other players, but they last longer than one turn. Okay, nice. Hey, Lisa, how are you? How many pages of notes am I at? Good question. I will check in a second. Whoa. Okay. Even more stuff going on here. So within battle cards, there are a bunch of different types. Human, Realian, Mech, Gnosis, and Weapon. I'm not going to read all this out loud, but I'm reading it. Okay, my monitor one of my monitors just blipped out. Let me go fix that really quick. It's a different error. But it also is helping me troubleshoot. It's probably this display adapter that's causing all the problems because it's the oldest one. It's the one that's acted up the most in the past. Game will be played on this game board. Battlefield situation area and standby area are referred to as field. This is also super useful for me as someone who is trying to design a card game. The object is to remove all the cards in your opponent's deck. Very nice. 2 Yu-Gi-Oh jokes back to back. Love it. Okay, game flow. Phase-based and turn-based. Okay. So you have a draw phase, a move phase, an event phase, set phase, a block phase, battle phase, and an adjust phase. Wow, that's a lot of phases. Draw 6 cards. If you don't like the cards you've drawn, you can redraw up to 3 times. Whoa. With no penalty? Draw phase, you draw 1. This will be done automatically. If there's no cards left in your deck, you lose. Okay, so that's like Pokemon. You can move the battle cards on the battlefield and standby area. If there are no movable cards, your phase is done. Okay. In the event phase, you can use an event card from your hand or use the special effects of the card on the field. Your opponent may also use a card to interfere with your event card. Okay. In order to use your event card, at least one card must be on the field. Okay. 1 battle card, 1 situation card during the set phase. Okay, so you can't just lay down a bunch of stuff at once. For some cards, you can play as many as you want. Okay. Certain conditions must be met to play each card. You can only play an eggs if you have a human. Okay, that makes sense. Can view the details on each card. Nice. Highlight, press triangle. You pay a cost by moving a card from your deck to the lost pile. What? Wait. When playing a card on the field, you can pay a cost by moving a card from your deck to the lost pile. That doesn't make sense. A card that was just played on the field will have a letter E on it. Cards with an E on them will not count towards the condition required to play a card. Why? Block phase is essentially the event phase for your opponent. I see. That's why there was the red and the blue. During this phase, your opponent can use an event card or special effects of the cards on the field. The block phase is for you to use an event card that interferes or blocks your opponent's event card. Got it. In the battle phase, the cards on the battlefield will automatically engage in battle. Select a card to discard if you have over 6 cards in your hand. Okay, cool. This is something very similar that I have in my game. And then your opponent goes. Okay, opponent draws. Opponent moves. Opponent event. Opponent set. And then we get a chance to block. Battle. And then they adjust. So we drew an event card. We've moved the level 1 Shion card onto the battlefield. We can attack during the battle phase. I could use the Curry card here, but because the HP of the level 1 Shion card is at max, the Curry won't have any effect, so let's not waste it, okay? It's a healing item. Here we play the AGO1 onto the standby area. Oh, okay. Got it. So you have to play them in the standby area before you move them onto the field with whatever they cost. It takes 2 turns. Powerful cards such as the one seen here cannot be used unless other battle cards are on the field. Yep. Equip yourself with weapons. We can add the rifle to Xion. Opponent block phase. Level 1 Xion is equipped with Rival. Its attack is 2. It will inflict 2 damage to your opponent's deck. Oh, and that means they have to discard 2 cards. Whoa. Okay. Method of attack varies according to the type of attack that each card is capable of. Only attacks an opponent directly in front of your card. Attacks opponent directly in its line of fire. And then you can attack, or you can attack the deck directly. Okay, so not every card can attack the opponent directly. Okay. Inflicts damage over your opponent's entire battlefield. And then directly attacks the opponent's deck, even if there's something in front of it. Wow, this is... It's weird how many similarities there are to other trading card games that I know and have played, as well as the not trading card, but as well as the card game that I've designed. There's a lot of similarities here. Probably because we're basing them off of the same things. You must select a card to discard if you have over 6. We have 5, so we're good. Okay. Your opponent can move battle cards onto the field. Here your opponent has moved all the cards in their standby area onto the field, waging an all-out war. Okay, no opponent event. Your opponent's deck is a Blitz deck, with its main card being Realian cards that can be played in any amount in a single turn. Here you can use an event card for the special effects of the existing cards, but you choose to do nothing. Xion takes 3 damage, and our deck takes 1 damage. The hand attack card is useless here since it only works on an opponent directly in front of it. Okay, so one of those cards could only attack Xion and not me directly. Your opponent has less than 6 cards. They end their turn. We draw 1, we draw Cosmos. We move AG1 in front of Xion on the field, using it as a shield. Oh, okay. I see. Because of the different types of attacks. So now Xion wouldn't be able to get hit by a hand attack. She could only be hit by... or ballistic, I guess. She'd only be able to get hit by... Well, no, she wouldn't be able to be hit by homing, because that's other player only. So she's protected. We play Cosmos. Special effect that allows you to play it onto the field without any cost whenever Xion is on the field. Okay, so... Okay, I was wondering how far it was going to take that. Okay, that's the whole tutorial. So it kind of walked us like halfway through a game. It's pretty involved, but it's fairly easy to understand. Obviously, you'd have to get familiar with the individual stats of each card. We have plain civilian cards. Utic Soldier, Realians. That kind of looks like Momo, but it's not Momo. We've got a basic eggs. It's called a drone, but it looks like an eggs as well. Okay, that's an equipment. These are a bunch of weapons. And we've got our event cards. Healing and various things. This is cool. This isn't something where I would see myself like, you know, wanting to like collect all the cards and like do everything necessarily, but it's really cool. It doesn't seem overly complicated. There's 148 different cards. So what is open card? We don't have any to open. It's wild that you can like get the Gamba aspect of that as well. You can buy packs and open them. Okay, so these are what are in the deck. Very cool. So wait, do I actually have other decks? This looks the same. I see. These are like different filters for different card types. This is very Pokemon Stadium. So I can take this card out, or I can add it. Add it back in. And then exit is exiting without saving. We have to press square to save. Need my digital cardboard. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Alright. I want to play this card game right now, but I'm gonna hesitate. Because I don't think now is the right time. Let me, let's see, we haven't done anything since saving, so I'm not going to save again. A lot of time has passed IRL, but nothing has happened in the game. So we need to go back to the bridge, I think. And I'm just going to try to... I'm going to just wait until the next ad break to fix my upper monitor, because I technically don't need it right now. It just makes me a little paranoid because I can't see the stream preview to know that everything is working properly and that y'all can see me and hear me and everything. But I can see chat, so... I like that I can hear this water bubbling. It's nice. Yeah, I think we're going to the bridge. Let's go to the bridge. Past the beverage dispensers. Let's see what's going on here.
What?
Oh, it just came back on.
There it is
Nice.
again. That's so weird.
What is it?
It's the catapult deck. There seems to be something wrong with the hatch.
Uh-oh.
Air pressure?
No leaks at the moment. I wonder if it's the electrical system.
Shall I take a look at it?
That'd be great. Doesn't look like a leak, but be careful, just in case.
Got it.
Well, Shion sure is a go-getter as far as, like, wanting to make herself useful. Let's talk to everybody up here. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm a mere guest here. This is nothing. The captain and Tony really abused the catapult, so it's probably falling apart. Want some company? No, I'll be fine. I may not look it, but I did develop Cosmos after all. A problem or two on passenger cargo ship should be a piece of cake, you know? Well, no worries then. That was nice that he offered, though. PA announcement? Oh, I just wanted to ask you to help us prepare for the gate jump. Great timing. Can you go check the catapult? Hey, Miss Vector, you're still here? The console's right behind the catapult. Hurry up and check it out. Make it quick, okay? We'll be in the column area soon. I think it'll probably be okay. The catapult on this ship is jerry-rigged. Well, I can't really get into exactly what is jerry-rigged, since it's the ship's greatest secret. Does that mean you have equipment that violates Federation laws? Huh? Looking at me like that won't work. I can't tell you any more than that. Nope, this is just one of those things I just can't tell you. Give me a break, okay? Oh, Tony's not here. Where'd Tony go? He's the dang pilot. Gobi is snoring behind me. You decided to take a screenshot of each character's starting stats for when I finish, so you can use them to talk about how they all start out and how you like to build them. You started the game just before I started the minigames. Now you're ahead of me. This game is one you could probably speedrun if you wanted to. Sounds like you have played it a lot. So we got to go down to the B3 now. We haven't been there yet. So is the elevator going to just let us immediately go to B3? Let's see. Also, welcome in, Draconics. How you doing? Oh, apparently not. We just go to B1 and then we have to hoof it the rest of the way. Okay. Was there... I'm trying to think if there was something that I wanted to look at that we haven't seen yet. We can't go in this cargo elevator. We destroyed every box. We explored the 2 different sections of Basement 2, and they do connect together. Secret passage there. This is where we talk to Chaos. And this is the room with the red door and the slide deck. Oh, and Cherenkov is here. Hello. What's wrong? Oh, I'm going to see what's wrong with the catapult. There's something wrong? How bad was it? No, I don't think it's anything serious, but I'm going to check it out just to be safe. I see. I'm sure you know this, but seemingly insignificant things can lead to huge accidents. Be very careful. Yeah, for all his bluster, Cherenkov is just like a cautious, paranoid little guy. Oh no, please. Please no Final Fantasy Origin Stranger of Paradise references in my chat. I hate that game. It's entirely too stupid. I shouldn't say I hate that game. I've never actually played it. I just think it's really dumb. I don't get it. I know a lot of people think it's like a romp and just like a fun, irreverent time, but I just don't get it. It's my curmudgeon, I guess. My curmudgeonness. This was a dead end. So I don't think this is going to lead me to Basement 3. Oh, I don't remember there being a button here before, though. Everything checks out normal. Nothing seems to be wrong. Oh, this was it? Yeah, it's stupid in the best way. And that's what I hear a lot of people say. It just does not appeal to me in any way, shape, or form. All we had to do was press a button. Uh-oh, red blinky light makes solid green light. Everything's good now. That's like the human assessment of space travel. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. It's also just not like a gameplay loop that I'm super into. The like third person something that I find very generic is like this third-person action game melee combat. And I have this weird thing where, like, no matter how diverse the aesthetic or the combat system of the game is, I just lump them all together. Like, whether it's God of War or Assassin's Creed or Dark Souls or you know, some other like From Software game, or Nier, or what's another really popular one? I don't know. That's enough examples. Like, all those games are so different from each other in all these different ways, but for some reason the gameplay to me, it just strikes me as this like same bland thing that I don't want to do. And it's totally how other people probably feel about like turn-based RPGs. And I'm like totally aware of that and acknowledging of that. But for some reason that's just like a realm of things where it's just like so boring to me and I don't want to do it. I don't want to just like walk around with a character and like whack stuff and like read little like lore tablets. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I've played games like that and I've enjoyed it. It's just really hard for me to get past that barrier with stuff. And then when you combine it with, it's like, oh, it's called Final Fantasy, but it's this like weird spin-off / reimagining, and I just don't like it. I just don't like it when Final Fantasy stuff is really goofy and off the wall and silly. I can't get past it. It's just part of my curmudgeonness. Okay, the intruder has logged on. The hacker. Access Damarung. You'll need to supply an access code to the gatekeeper in order to gain access to Vector NSS. There's the code. We're counting on you. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Please don't tell me I need to memorize that code. Okay, something's happening. ID Porter, accessing Kelvaroth 2. Requesting access code approval. Confirming Kelvaroth 2 access. Connection to Vector NSS boot entry. Verified. Connection to Loop network. Verified. Root secured. Connection to Vector 2nd R&D's main system. Root secured. Shift to system mode. Supplement for intruder. System ID. Verified. That number. Well then, I'll be going. Good luck. Commencing trace and buffering. I feel like this is happening the other way around. I'm assuming that the larger character is the one that's talking, but I think it's the actually the other way, and that this is when Shion is talking. Commencing connection root search. Conducting search. Generating intermediate condition. Conducting search. Generating intermediate condition. Conducting search. Generating intermediate condition. Conducting search. Conducting quantum shift. I've identified his location. The intruder has been hacking from space. Zooming in on space location and identifying node. I don't know. I go back and forth on who I think is talking at any given moment. He logged off. You don't think he was onto us, do you? No, I don't think that's what just happened. He wasn't onto us. He just simply logged off. Well, he probably logged off because nature called or something. What? I wish he'd take care of that ahead of time. Man, just 4 more seconds. No, wait, not even 4 seconds. If he had only stayed connected for just 3 more seconds. If he had only stayed connected, we could have located him. On the contrary, we could have seen this dirty rat's face if there was a security camera. Or if there was a multi-purpose robot close by, we could have also used it to catch him. Well, we missed him by a hair. Man, we could have seen his face had he stayed connected a little bit longer, don't you think? Well, I'll stop my chit-chatting here. From the area and space identified in the search right now, I was able to come up with 3 proposed locations where the intruder is likely to be. I will send you the proposed site list by email right away, so please read it as soon as possible. Got it. Interesting. The intruder didn't access the UMN using the Administration Bureau's equipment, but likely opted to link directly to the UMN independently from a place equipped with a large laser communications device. This type of device requires a lot of power. The only facilities capable would be a planet, an asteroid, or a power-generating satellite. 2 places exist in this sector that may qualify. One is asteroid Lutz, which Hamilton uses to mine ore. Who is Hamilton? The other is Light Spindle's power-generating satellite LS-13. Among the possibilities include one of the cargo spaceships stationed at Lutz. It's possible for the laser oscillation device to go through the dock's hub and be operated by remote control. Hamilton Heavy Industries. Mining gaseous planet Zol. For gases. This is very cool. This is very Mass Effect. This feels like a Mass Effect side quest. Equipment here is automated by AI. The role of humans is mainly to manage the AI. Has the best accommodation and recreation facilities. The Articles of the Galaxy Federation prohibit a company's military preparedness. Interesting. Smart to be cautious and spend money on defense, especially since mined planets are prone to being targets of Yakuza? Wait, there's Yakuza in space? We have space Yakuza? UMN terminal is state-of-the-art. If you saw the arms here, you would clearly feel at ease. However, it's a difficult place to escape from. If you had to get away by spaceship, you'd definitely fall prey to mass drivers. We're speaking of a prepared intruder here who could outsmart the defense system in place. What are mass drivers? It's probably in the database now. All right, that's the details about the first possible site. Let's look at the second one. No employees. It's a satellite. Right. It's on 24-hour surveillance. AI manage and operate this satellite. Light Spindle staff come to do maintenance once a week. Accommodations are for maintenance staff only, but they're nothing special. No problems connecting to the UMN. It would make no difference if an AI hacked into the system. No one could live or hide in cramped quarters. More likely, the intruder would come alongside the satellite on a spaceship when connecting. The fueling cost would be a lot. It would be difficult for spaceships to pass close by the satellite if not on the flight schedule. This one isn't very convincing. Okay, third option. Cargo ship on the asteroid rather than the facility. Its connection is about the same as the Lutz. Cargo spaceship can pass through the asteroid's net, control laser. Choices have a slightly higher probability of being correct because there would be no time to find an escape route. I'd say that asteroid Lutz is the most likely place. This is fascinating for this just being like an optional side quest. There's so much detail going into this. So, both of these possibilities are... Or 2 of these 3 possibilities are in the same place, but one is coming from a facility that's permanent, and the other one would be somebody remotely doing it from a temporary, like, shuttle or ship in the same place. Yo, Draconics cashing in those channel points. Wanting to add Shadow of the Colossus to the next poll. Very cool. Well, that'll be a Tuesday game. So whenever we are getting close to finishing Boktai, or when we finish Boktai, Shadow of the Colossus will be on a poll alongside 3 other games. Thank you for using those points, Draconics. That's exciting. Good choice, too, because Shadow of the Colossus is in the very small pool of remaining Tuesday games now. We are approaching, folks, a potential RPG-only future. The number of games that I have set aside for Tuesdays is getting really, really small. Like, there are games that there's non-RPG games that I want to play that I won't play on stream for various reasons. And then, so all those are excluded. And then there's like a couple other games that just would be cumbersome for like certain reasons that I wouldn't want to stream, even though they're not necessarily on the ban list, you know, for like adult content reasons or whatever else. And so there's just not a whole lot left over. So at some point, okay, so we have to actually pick where we think the hacker is. This seems like a really big choice. We think the intruder is hiding at the Hamilton Heavy Industries asteroid Lutz and hacking using laser, or despite the assertions of our email companion, we could choose to go after the satellite, or we think that they are using a cargo ship at the asteroid. Man, I don't know. I don't know what to think here. Because I'm assuming we're not actually going to go to any of these places and do any investigation. I have a feeling that because this is side content, it's all going to happen in the context of these email exchanges. So this is probably just kind of like a dialogue option where if we choose the right one, we're going to be right and we're going to get something. And if we choose the wrong thing, we're probably going to not get anything. But the tricky part about this is we probably won't get the solution right away. So it's not like we can pick one of these, find out if we were right, and then reload a save, because we probably won't find out if we were right until, 5, 10 plus hours after making this decision. So I'm putting a lot of weight on this, possibly unnecessarily. I need to use the restroom, and it's also time for another ad, so I'm going to take a few extra minutes to think about this and run another ad, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Captain Falcon wins again, of course. But wait a second. Oh no, that's a -1. I thought it went to sudden death for a second. All right, 3-0 for Captain Falcon. As expected. Will Jigglypuff make it onto the board at all? We don't know. Not bloody likely, as they say. Welcome back. Okay, so we have to make a call here. Who won the Luigi battle? Yoshi did. Yoshi won the Luigi battle. It was the Yoshi battle. Alright, sorry. Got distracted by something on my phone there. So, okay, we're trying to decide which one of these three options we think is the most likely. The first option seems obvious to me because it's a large facility where a bunch of people work. You know, it said there was 300 employees. Workplace crimes are very common. You know, you have like people who are really familiar with the inner workings of a business, you know, so like if somebody works at a store or a restaurant or a bank or whatever, like if the store gets like burglarized, it's very common for it to be someone who works there because they know like the security schedule and the level of scrutiny of different things, right? So that kind of feels like what they're playing with angle number one here is we know that there's the security system that goes offline for a very short window that can't be tracked. And so an employee might be privy to that and exploiting that window to do some illegal activity during that short window. They jumped offline just before we could trace them. They might be aware that people are trying to trace them and they know how much time they have to stay outside of detection. So that seems like a good avenue. The second one seems like a red herring, right? Where it's like, oh, well, it would be extremely expensive for somebody to use a bunch of fuel to fly their ship alongside this satellite's orbit and remotely connect to it for a short period of time and then leave, especially at like regular intervals. But because it sounds extremely prohibitive and like a red herring, that could be the best cover for somebody actually doing this, but it would mean that the person doing it has a lot of means and resources, which is less likely. And then the third option is kind of in between, where like somebody's an outsider landing and trying to utilize the resources of this company remotely. And, you know, maybe they think, oh, well, this will make it look like somebody at this company or at this facility is doing the hacking because we're just like landing and kind of remotely utilizing their technology to do the thing, and then we leave. And so it looks like it's coming from there. And so they're going to investigate the people that are there, and then we're not there anymore. So they all seem pretty plausible to me for different reasons. Yo, what's up, Sample? How are you? Nice to see you. I feel like I'm probably putting way too much thought into this. It doesn't really feel like there's a way to actually, like, intuit the right answer based on the information available. Like, you have to guess is kind of the point here. You have to go with your gut. You have to make a judgment call without all of the information. So I'm hoping that this isn't just the butt end of the entire side quest and you pick right and get the item, or you pick wrong and you lose. But we'll see. We have a save before this that's not too far back. You know, we would just have to skip through some cutscenes and do some walking. If the result is instantaneous and we get immediate feedback, you know, we could save scum it. But I have a feeling that's not how it's going to work. I have a feeling we're going to have to play the game quite a bit more before we find out if our choice that we make here is going to be correct. Let's just try option 1. There it goes. So yeah, we don't get an answer right away, which is kind of what I was expecting. And I'm assuming we won't be able to, like, you know, pass time in game to get the result either. I don't think that's how it's going to work. Because when we got the first email today, it was like, oh, this is going to happen in 1200 seconds. And it definitely didn't happen in 1200 seconds. It was like after a certain amount of in-game time passed and we engaged in a certain number of events. And plus, this stage didn't even come with a time element. So... But it's possible that we can go through a couple more events and maybe we'll get the result after that. And if it's just a bunch of cutscenes that we'd have to skip through, we could still theoretically save scum it. I'm absolutely not above that. I'm supposed to be working my way down to basement 3 to go to the hangar. And I got a little turned around. So we're going to go this way. Ample cheeks is kind of crazy. It's kind of growing on me having my Zidane and Garnet figures right here, I gotta say. I wish I could have them somewhere like in my background, but I don't have room for them anywhere right now. And I thought of getting like a special like little floating shelf or something to put them on, but I don't have really any good wall space in here to put them on, so I'd have to like take something away. Because I have 2 good spots, and they're both like really high up, so it wouldn't make sense to put them up there, because then, you know, you're just looking up at the bottom of a shelf. And it's like a really weird angle to look at these figures from. You know, they're much more pleasant at like eye level or slightly below eye level. So that's not a good idea. And then there's like a low spot over here that I could utilize, but that's not a good spot either, for a number of reasons. You know, there's dogs and baby. I would probably bump into it. Like, once you start to get low enough on the wall, it kind of starts to mess with the amount of floor space that you have. If you had those 2 figures, you'd want to get the rest of the cast. There is actually a VV one that looks really cool that's from the same set, but I don't think they have made figures in the same series that are of the other cast characters. The VV one was not made available or announced at the same time as the Zidane and Garnet one, so I just ordered the 2 of them because I thought they would make a really great set, and they were the only ones at the time. And then when they announced the VV one, I was like, I really want that, but like that was like after I stopped working, so I didn't have as much disposable income, or I guess technically no disposable income. And now you can't order the VV one anymore anywhere that I've seen. It's all like sold out everywhere. Pretty sure. They might make a figure for the rest of the cast members, but I don't think anything has been announced. It would be super cool though to have the full cast in this size and style, but that's not really realistic for me. And especially like if they have to like order, if I have to order them from Japan, that's also a problem. Oh, hi Cosmos. Shion, have you finished inspecting the catapult? What? Yes, I'm done. There doesn't seem to be any problems. I see. In that case, I think you should hurry and report your findings to the captain, rather than wander around here. I know that. God, she's so cold. Why is she just walking around, though? No report on, like, having finished your self-maintenance or anything? Yeah, they might do a second batch. You don't need to eat every day. That's crazy. The other problem is the space, though. Like, if I had the full cast of 8 characters, like, holy crap, where would I put them all? I need to find some more Pokemon stuff for my Pokemon shelf. I've had this giant Pokemon shelf forever, and it's only like probably 35% full. There's so much room for more stuff on it. But I just haven't found anything that I really wanted. Alright, let's go report our findings. Replace the Pokemon shelf. No. I don't think so. I think the only thing that I could reasonably replace the Pokemon shelf with would be the Zelda shelf that's up here. The Pokemon shelf is larger than the Zelda shelf. And I could probably fill the Pokemon shelf with more Zelda stuff and then try to put the Pokemon stuff over here. But I definitely don't have enough of like any other type of stuff to fill that shelf. It's a very big shelf. Very big. It's like, I think it's 6 feet wide. And then I have a 3-tier riser on it. So I have 3 6-foot wide rows of stuff. Yeah, it's really big. And then there's like stuff on the whole, like the whole wall is actually Pokemon. I want to get some form of artwork to represent all of the regions. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Because I have a map of Kanto and Johto up there in the form of puzzles. Those are really cool. I really like the style of them a lot. I wish I had a map of all the regions in that style. And then I have a Hoenn map from Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. And then I have a Kalos map from when X and Y came out. But I don't have maps of any of the other regions. I'd like to get maps of all of them. And then I have a poster of all the starters up through Gen 8, because it was made before Gen 9 came out. And then I have my original childhood poster of the original 151. That's a really treasured poster. And then above the Pokemon shelf, I have some Perlers that friend and mod Gooby gave me of the red and blue trainer sprite, as well as 5 Pokemon that he picked. And they're all Pokemon from Boys Lock playthroughs, which is very cute. And then at the very top, I have that like Pokemon Through the Years poster that they did when X and Y came out. And it's just like a visual, colorful timeline of all the core series games. Like the year they came out, the starters, and the box art. It's very cool. I like that one a lot. Hey, Chaos. I like how these NPCs just kind of move around. Oh, Shion, how was it? Anything out of the ordinary? Nope, I didn't see any major problems. Okay, well I hope it was just Hammer and the captain's imagination then. Hey, Chaos, you don't trust me, do you? That's not true. Taking care of a problem or two is a piece of cake for you, right? Yes, that's right, it's a piece of cake. Hey, wait. You're still making fun of me, aren't you? That was a weird conversation. That doesn't really make sense. Okay, back to the bridge. Ooh, those are some good pops. Sorry if that grosses anybody out. Sometimes you look up figures of Shion on eBay, and then you think about buying it, and then you don't. Oh, TV time.
We would like to confirm your vessel's registration. Organization, Kukai Foundation. Vessel class, Type 2 cargo ship. Vessel number, MFHE 598-24751. Vessel name, Elsa. Captain, Mr. Matthews. Is this correct?
Yep, you got it.
Please transmit your flight plan. Thank you. Cargo is scrap material. Destination is the Milshan star system. Oh, you appear to have some excess cargo mass.
Yeah, we got a little carried away.
There will be a surcharge on the bill sent to the Kukai Foundation. Will that be all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Very well. Have a safe journey.
I had a feeling they'd notice.
Well, we did pick up some extra junk.
Ah, nothing to worry about, right? We always go over the limit.
That's true.
You could have billed Vector for it.
You crazy?
Things are already complicated enough as is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, nice. You're playing Star Ocean Ascend. Very cool.
I have to say, I'm very impressed.
I haven't played the remake of Star Ocean 1. I played the PSP version.
Roger. I wouldn't be much of a bodyguard if I didn't.
Oh, I thought we had escaped pursuit. Also, the fact that we can have a dogfight in hyperspace is wild.
But there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just passing on the orders.
And I'm saying those orders are unacceptable. Oh, forget it. It's not doing me any good talking to you. Get the director on the line now.
Yes, ma'am. Just a moment, please.
Chief, did you see how scared she was? You're even scaring me. You don't have to yell, you know?
What do you expect? How could you expect me not to yell about this? Director, what is the meaning of this?
It means exactly what it says.
I see. Unless this is a figment of my imagination, it looks like it says that as soon as Cosmos receives her secondary equipment, we're to turn her over to the 2nd R&D Division on 2nd Milsha and return immediately to headquarters.
Like I said.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to write that down. So they're asked to obtain Cosmos's new weapon from the 2nd Division. Then turn her over at 2nd Militia, which is where the 2nd Division is, right? Don't answer that, but I'm pretty sure that's what the case is. Turn her over at 2nd Militia, and then go back to HQ.
It means exactly what it says. This was the plan from the beginning. I don't see why this is such a problem.
Director!
Shion, please don't give me a hard time about this. I understand how you feel. But I've read your report, and it appears as though there are no major problems with Cosmos.
No, sir. You don't understand at all. Are you listening to me? She's moving around on her own accord. I can't turn her over to the 2nd Division before determining the cause. It's still far too dangerous to use her at full battle spec. And besides, you should know full well that I understand her better than anyone else.
Togashi informed me about what happened on the Woglinde. Fortunately, we didn't suffer any human casualties, but it sounded like it could have been catastrophic. Do you really expect me to leave you and the others in such circumstances?
I'm well aware of the risks.
Even so!
Director!
All right. Have it your way. I'll smooth things over with the people upstairs. Miyuki can take care of the paperwork.
Thank you, sir.
One condition. Don't do anything foolish. The moment you sense even the slightest bit of danger, get out of there immediately. I don't ever want to see a repeat of what happened 2 years ago. Got it?
Understood, sir.
Hey, good going, Chief.
I just did what I had to do.
I'm just so glad that you're safe. Oh, you should have notified us sooner that you were okay. The military sent us a notice saying that you were killed in the skirmish. The whole department was in an uproar. You have a lot of admirers.
Oh, come on. Stop.
Good point.
No, it's true.
They should have let them know right away that they weren't dead.
What about me?
Oh, hey, Alan. Didn't see you there.
Didn't see me here? Hey, I was missing too, you know.
You're kidding. I didn't even notice.
Boy, they are laying it on thick that nobody cares about Alan.
No one said a thing. Guess they just forgot about you.
We still haven't said anything about how everyone else on our research crew is dead.
But hey, it's great that you're okay too, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. That makes me feel a whole lot better.
I mean, a little bit, Alan needs to get over himself because he's alive and all his crewmates died.
I've sent out an omnidirectional distress signal. Ziggy, there's a civilian ship in hyperspace. We have to warn them.
Can you open a channel?
Securing an emergency channel. Go ahead.
Attention civilian spacecraft. A battle has broken out in hyperspace. For the safety of your ship, we recommend you gate out as soon as possible.
Whoa, wait a minute. A battle in hyperspace? Where the hell do morons come from? Hey, Miss Vector! You can hear me, right? Get yourself over to the bridge!
You don't need to shout. I can hear you just fine.
Just take a look at this.
Wow. I had no idea there are ships that small that can enter hyperspace.
That's a very Star Wars principle.
Watch it! You know who those guys are?
No idea. Doesn't look like one of our products.
What about the other small ship?
I'm sorry. I have no idea.
There's a distress call coming from the small ship.
Why aren't we helping them?
We've got enough trouble just dealing with you guys.
Damn! We're in their line of fire.
What? Get out of the way!
What?
If we hit the column walls, it's over!
Okay, so the column is like the hyperspace tube that they're traveling through.
Save us! Damn it! You're trying to be polite and they just walk all over you.
What's the plan, Captain? You gonna join the party?
What are you, nuts? What'd I just say to you? We've already got enough trouble.
There's a hit to Sector 4. Outer hull partially damaged.
They've done it now, those bastards!
Captain!
Shut up! Any enemy of theirs is our ally. Tony!
Aye, aye, sir. That's more like it.
Hit the E-brake, Tokyo Drift.
You're gonna take a ship like this into battle in hyperspace? You gotta be kidding! You better believe it. Don't worry about it. With Elsa's logic drive and my immaculate pilot.
He's not even looking at where he's going.
Let's do it!
Ziggy!
Yeah, these guys must like trouble. You okay back there?
Yep, I'm fine.
That's what I like to hear.
That was a cool trick.
That ship's got some serious moves. That's what I call a wave rider. Yeah, I can feel it, baby. I can feel it.
What are they doing up there?
Reinforcements!
What?
No, there's no way they can avoid all that.
No!
Sewer surfing, yeah. What a banger of a song.
It looks like this is the end of the line. I'm sorry I couldn't see you through this safely.
It's okay. I know. Thanks for everything you've done.
Are you scared?
A little. But I'm okay. Because you're here with me.
She's so nice to him.
Nice catch, Shion. Looks like we made it just in time.
We're gonna pull you in.
Very Outlaw Star.
Inside once the hatch
Love to see it.
closes. We'll get rid of them.
Ziggy!
These guys really do like trouble.
What happened?
The deck isn't closing.
What?
Could it be that...
Damn, electrical problems. Time like this.
Attention vessel occupants. Can you make it up on your own? The ship's shielding should cover you a bit, so if you put on your spacesuits and use the hull as a shield...
Roger. Neither of us here are human, so I'm sure we can make it.
We're not lame flesh bags, so we'll just walk. Just walking in hyperspace.
You all right?
I'm fine. I'm built a lot tougher
I'm built as tough as
Damn it.
Yeah, you better get in. Ooh, that thing looks nasty. I hate all the little extra stuff back there under its butt. It's like a bug carrying babies. Don't like it.
If they're only Autotech terminals, we should be able to handle.
They're probably like eggs or something,
Periodic reports on the enemy
but not
status.
eggs.
Their only goal is to capture you. They won't do anything rough.
Yes, sir.
Oh no! Low health, no low health in Kingdom Hearts again.
Surrender and maintain cruising speed. If you do not comply, we will attack. Repeat. Surrender and maintain cruising speed. If you do not comply, we will attack. We guarantee you will not be harmed if you follow our instructions.
Autotech? My ass. Who are you kidding? We're screwed either way. Tony, full throttle. Use a ship to take him out.
You got it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so they were able to pull him in.
That shot closed the catapult.
Oh, this is insane.
We've got trouble. They're taking over the rear hangar. I'm detecting transfer waves. They're calling in terminal units.
We'll just have to take him on. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Seal the internal barrier doors.
Roger. I'll take the corridor.
I'll go too.
No, it's too dangerous.
I can't let you go by yourself, Chaos. Don't worry, I've got Cosmos with me. Right, Cosmos?
Yo, it's party time.
Eliminate the enemy units.
But don't damage the ship, understand?
Understood. I will proceed at 30% output.
Out! Go find the commander and protect the cabin.
Huh? Are you serious?
I'm counting on you.
All right. Juicy. Okay, so who's in my party? Cosmos and Chaos. Very cool. So Chaos being at level 11 makes me feel like I'm probably under-leveled. This is exactly the scenario that I was hoping for. Let's talk to some people, and then we're going to go drop a save, and then we're going to do some experimentation with the skill system. Chief, please don't do anything reckless. We're taking Cosmos into battle without permission from HQ. If something were to happen, we'd all be fired. Fired! Well, it wouldn't be so bad if getting fired was the worst of it. I don't care about that, but if something were to happen to you, Chief, I'd... It's finally time for Cosmos to kick some butt, isn't it? I'm really looking forward to it. Go get him! I like how Matthews is up in his little high-flying chair and I can't talk to him. The enemy's coming, right? Well, aren't you gonna take that chick with you and take care of them? Okay, so let's go over here. And drop a save. And we're going to mess around with some of these points. We're going to learn some stuff. So this is number 23. I'm going to call this Hacker Side Quest Option 1. And then this is Elsa Post Ziggy and Momo. Okay. Now let's take a look at a couple of things here. So we have Ether, which is a whole system in and of itself. We can use points to evolve skills, and there are these branching paths. And I want to find out how this works. We also have the tech attack screen, which I don't think we've learned any new tech attacks, but we can use tech attack or tech points to make these stronger. We also haven't really done a lot of tech attacks. Might need to rewatch that tutorial. Then there's a skills screen where we can extract skills from our various accessories to turn them into, like, passive skills. Which is not something we've done yet. First and foremost, let's look at our equipment. We picked this up. This is an upgrade. We'll take that. See, this scope would be a perfect thing to replace. So if we could learn the scope ability and have it as like a passive skill, we could equip something else that raises our stats or something. Reduces B-type damage. What is that? So if L is... Okay, L is lightning and B is beam. Okay. Like it's an element. And here we can use tech points to increase our base stats. And we have quite a few of these. Let me look at the skills really quick here. So I want to extract this skill so that I always have the scope ability. And then I can set it here. Okay, so I have a limit of 3 extracted abilities that I can have passively without the equipment. But it looks like you need to... use a certain piece of equipment a certain amount before being able to extract the ability in kind of like an FF9 sort of way. Yeah, there's a lot of systems. It's like on the verge of being too much. For sure. Okay, so what do you currently have? You currently have Dexterity +2 and Evade +2. I feel like Physical Defense and Ether are going to be better. But I think I should give the Defense to Shion. We can give the Ether attack to Cosmos. Physical defense is probably better than this specific type of attack defense. I still don't really know what dexterity is yet. And then what does Chaos have? He has a fiber suit as well. What does the green ring do? Oh, that's physical defense +2 as well. Interesting. So 2 different accessories that do the exact same thing. And then, let's see, the tech points. The tech points balances are character specific. So if I use tech points to increase Shion's stats, it doesn't prohibit my ability to increase Cosmos' stats. I'm guessing for her we probably want to focus on HP and EP, and then for Cosmos we probably want to focus on attack. Or maybe like strength and vitality. Okay, let's look at Ether really quick. This is the big one. So we can evolve Medica into either Analyze or Goodbye. So I want to see if doing this makes it so that I can't get this one. And I want to see if I still have Medica, the previous one. So let's try this. We acquired Goodbye. Okay, so we can still get the other one. I see. So it's not really like evolving. It's more like a skill tree. And this would be something that we would use when we don't have the scope ability anymore. And there's more skills to the right, but I don't have access to them right now. I don't know if that's because I don't have enough points or because I need to use these skills. I don't think TP is shared either. I think everybody has their own TP and SP. Okay. So it doesn't seem like there's any reason to not do this right away. What do we have here? Lowers dexterity for beam and something enemies. And then physical attack enemies. Or physical attack down. I gotta figure out what dexterity does. This definitely sounds more useful. And then I don't have enough ether points for her to evolve the other one, because she hasn't been in nearly as many battles as as Xion. And then Chaos doesn't have anything because he hasn't done any battles. But he already has 2. Oh, he has an AoE heal. Very nice. Wow. We're gonna be stacked here. That's gonna help out a ton. So we could get a Dex +2, but I don't really see the reason. Prevent ether attack down. Could be good for Cosmos. But I think my mantra for things like this are going to be, I'm going to just farm points until I need a specific thing. You know, if we run into a specific fight that's killing us and it's like, hey, this guy is poisoning me, I need to put poison immunity on everybody, you know? And then we just have a mountain of skill points, so we can just go find the accessory that has it, and boom, 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 boom. Good to go. I don't think that wearing the accessory has anything to do with your ability to extract the ability. I think you can do it right away. You just have to have the points for it. I think that's all it is. So that's nice. This seems like a good system. I like how this is set up. Sorry, I had some Crusties. And not the pancake mix. Okay. So I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of ether and skills now. So we can use tech points to... Oh, this is a very helpful way for us to figure out what type, like elementally, all of our combos are. So Spell Ray is beam and Lightning Blast is lightning. Slash is a type of attack. It's basically an element. And then Cannon is beam. And then for Spirit type attacks, that's new. Chaos has something special. Now, are the tech points... My tech points for increasing the power of tech attacks are the same... the same tech points that I would use to increase my stats. Yeah. Okay, so this is a little bit of a friction point. So ether points have one use yet so far. Skill points have one use yet so far. Tech points we can use towards two different things. So we can use them to just increase our base stats or to improve tech attacks. Base stats seems like the better play right now. It also seems like this might be based on level. Because I feel like this was less expensive to increase my HP by 10 points before. Like it was like 50 points instead of 76. So if you're going the base stats route, it might be better sooner rather than later. I guess I could try to scrub my VOD and find it, but the points are very technical. Very true. Very true. Yeah, I don't know. This is very expensive. The tech attack stuff. Has kind of a variable cost as well. I need to revisit what tech attacks are and how they work, though. Because I'm still a little foggy on that. I'm okay with saving and committing everything that I've done yet so far. So we'll save this in the same slot.
Watch. I can't circle. I don't have my telestrator table. Here comes a pizza. See?
Here comes a pizza. I wish, man.
Oh.
I have a pizza in my freezer that's been tempting me for about 3 days now. I need to run the last ad break of the day, so I'm going to go ahead and do that since we're at a good spot right here. So I'm going to run another Smash Bros. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks. We're going to go get into some trouble after this.
This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Interesting turnout on this one. Captain Falcon winning with a score of 0. He did have some KOs, though. He just fell off a lot, apparently. Come on, Jigglypuff. Yeah, the Puff is, she's got her work cut out for us. Your girl is not looking strong so far. But we're hoping. We're hoping that Jiggles can get on the board. We would love to see it. The Cinderella story. For now, 4-0 for Captain Falcon. Still 7 more rounds to go. So, you know, there's chances. 7 to be exact. And if you want to pick who fights next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Someone snipes you, you can choose their opponent. I'll help guide you and let you know which matchups are viable. Let's see what's going on here. I don't think we need to... Well, actually, let's take a look at the shop here because there was some equipment in there. Now that we have party characters, let's take another look. I don't like that I can't see the improvements here. So this metalware is definitely worse than the fiber suit. Luckily we can easily see that. But like this one, I don't know what Cosmos's current armor stats are. So I'd have to like leave and go into the menu and look at them and see if this is better or not. Matches metalware outfit. Why would I care about that? There's no cosmetics in this game. And I guess this is an accessory that has to go on a very specific body part. Maybe cosmetics happen if you have like a full set or something. And we have one of those. Okay, so let's go look at Cosmos's armor real quick. Yeah, for all of the intricacies of this game, I'm really surprised that it doesn't have that. It's a pretty common feature. Okay, so this thing says physical defense plus 4, and the other thing was physical defense plus 14. So that should be a massive upgrade. If I'm understanding that correctly. We just saved, so if I'm somehow misunderstanding it, we can reset. So let's buy that. And then I guess the helmet is a way to get more defense on top of your armor and then forego any potential bonuses of your accessories. We're already making use of this on one character anyways. And I guess I don't necessarily know that there aren't cosmetics in battle, because we haven't really changed anybody's armor until now, so maybe there are cosmetics. But I feel like there aren't. All right, so a plus 10 defense is pretty awesome. So yeah, we have a protector on Xion and a green ring on Chaos that have the defense plus 2. But the armor set that they match has just been phased out. So that's not really a draw anymore because we're not going to use that. So I think we're good here. But yeah, so far, thinking of something like a re-release or a remaster, I don't think that there's a lot that they would need to do here. Still save this on the same slot. But that would be one of them, just kind of streamlining the equipment system. You know, let me change pages from like anywhere instead of making me like back out a little bit and then go back in. That would be nice. Okay, so we need to go down. Exit this way, just right out into space. It's so wild that that's labeled like that. Down to basement 3. I don't see any reason to explore the rest of the ship right now. It's possible that we might be able to get some slightly different dialogue from the crew, but I think they're all just sitting up in the bridge anyways, so. You've been hoping for one for 15 years? Yeah, with as popular as Xenoblade is, I feel like it's possible. The thing that I would imagine would be really difficult from Monolith's position is like balancing the artistic with the commercial. If we use the electromagnetic floor, we might be able to slow down the enemies a bit. Okay. So we get to do this now. Yeah, I don't know, like... They would definitely capture some people that are just like, oh, I love Xenoblade, so I'll probably love this, and they buy it, and, you know, either they love it or they don't. But, like, these games definitely aren't the same, right? Like, they're made by a lot of the same people, and there are a lot of kind of, like, spiritual similarities, if you will. But, like, on the surface level, they're very different. So I think some people could be like, what the heck is this? This isn't Xenoblade. You know, because a lot of people don't know about Xenogears or Xenosaga. They only know about Xenoblade, because it's, like, the newest and most popular Xeno franchise. We must first get to the bridge in order to explain the situation to the person in charge. Can you make it? Hehe, don't you remember what I said earlier? I'm built a lot tougher than I look. That's right. Then let's go. Oh, and now we get to play as this party. Nice. Oh, are you just chilling there? You are. You're an enemy. Okay, hold on. You can catch up on chat. Namco hired an expert on sales trends to see if it would be worth remastering this game. It was determined it wouldn't be, so they didn't go for it. Honestly, I think that person is probably right. But that happened before Xenoblade's popularity. Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know, Shane, if I would say that they're leaving money on the table. Like, it would take a lot of time and work to get these games ready for a re-release. And I think there's a lot of case to be made for them to decide to do something new rather than remake something, which is, there's so much like remake and remaster fatigue, and I know that this is a way better candidate than a lot of other things that have been chosen, but there's also certain, like, I feel like there's a lot of indicators that a remaster of this wouldn't go gangbusters in the way that, you know, avid fans of the series might think or hope. It's just a very specific game. And, like, I would agree with the approach of leaving as many things alone as possible, you know? Don't try to redo the entire thing. Just go in and make touch-ups where you want to make touch-ups and make it accessible for new platforms. That's all you need to do. But even that takes a lot of work. And plus, there's just the weird nature of, like, the unfinished nature of the games, too. Like, there were supposed to be, like, 7 Xenosaga games or something like that. You know, just like everything else that Takahashi's done, as far as I'm aware. It was, like, planned to be much grander and larger scale at the beginning, and then had to be condensed due to development time constraints. So then you'd have to, like, reckon with all that. That's always the thing that I end up thinking about with, like, a Xenogears re-release. It's like, well, are they going to go back and, like, put the rest of the game in there? Are they going to change the way that Disc 2 played to be more like their original vision? Or are they going to keep it with what came out because that is the final work in the eyes of the consumer, you know, and, like, it belongs to the community now? There's so many weird kind of, like, artistic questions that you have to answer there that makes it so much different than remastering something like, you know, Final Fantasy VIII or something. I don't know. Like, sure, that game had stuff left on the cutting room floor, but it wasn't originally planned to be, like, more than one game, or, like, it didn't have, like, half of the gameplay taken out because they got their funding rug pulled or something, you know? It's not exactly... It's such a unique situation.
Let's go.
Yeah, Xenogears would have to be... Well... Yeah, I see what you're saying, Draconix, but, like, that's the question. Is, like, would it be worth it to try to go back and realize the full vision of Xenogears in 2025 or beyond? Or would it end up being like the Star Wars special editions, where they're like, it was fine the way that it was, why'd you go back and mess with it? And then you've wasted all this money and whatever. You know, I think it's really easy if you're a big fan to, like, look at it with rose-colored glasses and just be like, oh, there's no way that it wouldn't be great if they added more to the original game. But there's a lot of opportunity for that. I feel like our parties are about to converge, so I'm hesitating to add scope to one of these characters permanently. Because we know that our party will accommodate 6 characters, potentially. Well, it looks like only 3 can be in battle, but some of the other screens look like 6, and there's 6 spots on the battle screen, so... But I do want to look at some of their skills and stuff here. Unless it's to release another $2,000 wristwatch. Yeah, I don't think Square would go for Xenogears either. But I feel like there's more demand for that than Xenosaga. But that's just my perception. I don't have any data to back that up. I just perceive Xenogears as being a slightly more popular cult game than Xenosaga. Oh, my analog turned off. Every time that happens, I think that I've entered, like, a cutscene or something. Interesting that I'm getting items here, too, considering I got items here before. Nice. Nice. Got him. Thinking of FF7 Remake and what they did with it? What do you mean, Draconics? I mean, you know I'm an FF7 Remake hater. I think after what it has taken, I mean, they're not even across the finish line yet, but I think after what it has taken for them to do the FF7 Remake project, they're not going to ever try to do that to another game again. I think they've realized before they've even finished, they're like, this is way too much, way too big. We're not going to do this again. They're kind of like already letting the fans know, like, this is a one-time deal. Don't expect this treatment for other games. I feel like they're going out of their way to set that precedent. Hunter says the FF7 remake made remaking it worthwhile. Well, it's debatable in my opinion. Most of the remakes, remasters have been trashed to make people pay for the same thing again. I mean, that's a very reductive argument too. Like, that's definitely true in some cases, but it's also a little bit subjective. Like, there are some remakes that are just a quick spit, shine, and ship that some people are super happy with. And other people are like, wow, they really phoned this in. You know, they AI upscaled the graphics and machine translated the script, and they, you know, just put like a new coat of paint on it or whatever and charged me $60 for it. Like, that definitely happens. And I feel like it's probably more common of a perspective on a remake than vice versa. But that's a great incentive to not remake something. Because from the developer's perspective, they probably feel like they did a better job with it than all the consumers feel, even if the consumer is right and they just kind of phoned it in. But like, the consumer didn't spend, you know, 2 years of their life making it. So to spend a bunch of time and money, even if it's not as much as they could have done, to remake something and then it flops, you know, like if I was Tetsuya Takahashi and I was like an auteur of video games that really wants to put my whole ussy into making something, I'm not going to just phone in my remake to the Xenosaga trilogy. So you're kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, you can't just quick ship it because everybody's going to be like, oh, they didn't do anything. Like, I feel like he's kind of doomed no matter what, and he's better off just leaving it, you know? Like, there's no, I don't think that there is a Xenogears or a Xenosaga remake that would please the fans more than the original. That's my feeling. Like, there's too much, like, entrenchment that happens, and these, like, differing opinions. You can't please everybody, and the games have been out. Like, the longer that the game has been out, the harder it's going to be, because people are going to develop all these different kinds of relationships with the media, and you just can't please them all. Yeah, Suikoden 1 and 2, like, from a lot of people's perspective, that was a really polished and unintrusive remaster, but that doesn't mean everybody liked it, and it doesn't mean it sold gangbusters. So, yeah, if you want the same game again, play the original. I agree with that in some regards, but when it comes to, like, accessibility, I think it's cool to just shine something up and re-release it. Because, you know, not everybody has a PS1 and a $200 copy of Suikoden 2. So, like, that's a great candidate to just kind of, like, shine it up a little bit, re-release it. But yeah, it's very situation specific. Are you in charge of this ship? Oh no, I'm just a passenger. More importantly, are you two the only ones on that ship? Yes, that's right. I'm a Federation government cyborg, Ziggurat. Call me Ziggy. Nice. All right, he's breaking down his barriers a little bit. This is like the first time I've wanted to write something not in a cutscene. So Ziggy and Momo convene with Shion. And after a look from Momo, Ziggurat introduces himself as Ziggy. Yeah, if I was a game developer, I would be extremely wary of making a remake of anything. Because it seems kind of impossible to please anyone. Everybody has a different idea of what they want. I would lean almost 100% towards, let's just make something new. You know, if we want to put like a direct port of this old classic game that everybody's yelling at us about on some digital storefront or whatever, we'll see if that shuts them up for a little bit. That's the kind of thing that I would be wanting to do. Like, we're not going to put our time and resources and manpower towards remastering this game, and then, you know, only like 20% of the fan base thinks it's any good, and we spent 2 years of our time and resources trying to make it nice and decide and, you know, try to like intuit what they want. I guess if the community was small enough, you could maybe like ask the community exactly what they wanted and try to find a way to like have so many quality of life features that everybody gets the experience that they want. But the bigger your game is, the harder that is to do. It's not really realistic, I don't think. Yeah, the series is unfinished. That's what makes the remaster so difficult. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's too much of a catch-22 for the case of someone like Takahashi. Yeah, and then the whole like pricing conversation I feel like is a separate animal too. She is Momo. She's a Realian. She's with the Federation government just like me. Hello, I'm Momo. Thanks you for saving us. I see. I'd like to say thank goodness you're safe. But enemy units have invaded the ship. It's way too early to be saying that. Who are these people after you? The enemy units are auto techs that the UTIC organization uses. Basically, they're unmanned fighter craft. We escaped from their base, and they are the last of the pursuit. Unfortunately, the mothership has a transfer system. The combat units will continue to arrive unless we destroy the mothership. Whoa, okay. Hold on. We learn the pursuers are unmanned. Write this in orange at least the first time. Auto tech from UTIC and will continue to appear and pursue unless we destroy the mothership. Is the mothership in hyperspace for us, or like where even is that? So unless we do something, the enemy will overrun the ship. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this. What? Oh no, don't let it bother you. It's not your fault, Ziggy. More importantly, we have to do something about that mothership. Agreed. We can't do much, but we'll help too. It's my responsibility to take care of this. We? As in Momo too? Yes, she might not look it, but she's actually more useful than me. Really? Well, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. Okay, let's hurry. Okay, so is our party all peanut butter and jelly now? We have too many people to fight at the enemy at one time. We should decide who's going to participate in the fighting. Alright, so... let's take a look here. It's also interesting that I can set the lead character. So Momo's level 8. Dang, I don't like being forced to not use certain characters this early on. Okay, so the character screen is how I decide who's battling. Or wait, no, it's not. Also, it's cool that I can choose who I run around as. I love that. So wait, how do I... oh, replace. Okay, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Okay, so let's think about this. Ziggy's an attacker. Cosmos is an attacker. Xion is a healer / attacker. She's kind of mixed. Momo is mostly a support character so far. And then we've never used Chaos. Hard to say here. We also don't know, like, what we're going to be up against here. What is eggs? It's like the mechs in the game. That's what, like, the Gundam suits are. Anti-Gnosis weapon system. We haven't messed around with it at all. But we can actually just switch right into mechs during battle. Xion has one and Chaos has one. I kind of like this party because we'll hit things really hard. And I do remember reading in the manual that characters in reserves will receive experience, just at a lowered rate. But I don't think they receive, like, tech points, skill points, or ether points. So it might be a good idea for me to farm and stockpile all of these things to save to be used on characters who've been in the reserve for a long time, to get them caught up, instead of using them to, like, hyper buff the characters that I'm actually using. Let's actually make a note of this. I like Chaos being in the reserve because he's 2 levels ahead, even though I want to try using him. Let's see. I want to make a note of everybody's points really quick. So I'm just going to write down some numbers here. So this is Ziggy, this is Xion, this is Momo, this is Cosmos, and this is Chaos. Okay. And then let's look at... where's the screen where I can see all 3 balances? Is that the character screen? Yeah. Okay. So... TES Okay, this is Cosmos, 211, 31, 103, Xion, 243, 71, 59, zeros for Chaos, 77, 81, 51. Because if these are only earned by battling, that would heavily inform how we proceed. That's not a bad approach, Shane. I tend to be more of a pick my favorites and send it. Alright, let's do a battle here as a test.
Okay, here we go.
Whoo! Nice critical. That doesn't look comfortable. Nice.
Who would have thought one of Miyuki's inventions would come in handy?
Sad Kimari? What? Okay. Perfect. It's showing me here. So they all got 512 for TES. And we got 56 experience points. Now, let's go into the menu and look at the totals for Chaos and Momo, who were not in that battle. Yep, they don't get any tech, ether, or skill points if they're not in the battle. Experience points wise, they got 42, it looks like. Yeah. So the benched characters got 42. And then nothing for the other categories. So let's work this out to a percentage. That seems to be a pretty generous percentage. They're both multiples of 7, so this will be pretty easy math. So it's 75%. Exactly. Okay, so bench characters. Earn 75% EXP and no tech, ether, or skill points. Okay. So that'll be a very big incentive to either hoard those consumable items that give you a points balance and use them only on your benched characters, or an incentive to rotate your characters often. I'm not sure what I want to do yet. Oh, there goes my analog. That's really gonna cause problems. Do they get points when they level up? That's a good question. We'll have to wait and see. Can we do anything special down here? Just break these bricks again and get more stuff? Works for me. Oh my god. Let's try the blue controller. Let's see if it does it just as often. Oh, I'm drifting. She was walking to the right even when the controller was unplugged. Wait, what is happening? Shion, why are you... Is my controller borked? What's up with my neutral zone here? Try that again. Frame repair. That's probably a heal for eggs. It's not doing it now. I don't know what was going on there. We'll keep paying attention to it and see. Oh. I tried to shoot him. That was a dumb idea. Oh, there's 4 of them. Oh god, this really sucks. We'll take it. Double up with Cosmos. She's got it. Yeah, and then you can take this guy out. Free loot, yeah, lots of free loot. It's cool how the random consumables you pick up are recharged. Ooh, Cosmos, please. Take it easy on him.
The enemies have been exterminated.
All right. It's really nice knowing that I don't need to stress about the red doors and feel like I'm missing something now that I fully grasp the structure of that. Oh, hey, Cherenkov. You're finally here. Listen, the enemy mothership is back there. Don't let your guard down. Oh, the enemy mothership is, like, small enough to be on our ship? That's unexpected. Oh. This doesn't look good. Oh, this is where we froze the dudes. That's kind of funny. So it works on us, too. Alright, he must mean back here. This feels weird though. We're kind of like going backwards in a way. Oh, these little barriers are up now. They're gonna make us go up the gut. Fight a bunch of cronies.
Here we go.
Who is this? Oh, this is Xion. I don't think we're going to be able to do 108. Oh, yeah, we can do that. With the critical? Absolutely. Sorry, no boosted attack for you, sir. Goodbye. Beautiful. And Cosmos can just one-cycle this guy.
The enemies have been exterminated.
Wonder what we're going to do with all this scrap iron. Yeah, I'll fight you guys. Apparently I'm underleveled.
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
Oh boy. I wish I could tell which one of them is the boosted one. Okay, Xion is, or Cosmos is nerfed. She can still do 50 or 90, whatever. Get rid of that. And let's see. Probably want to go after. Oh, I can't go after you until you move up. I see. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we get it. You got beam gun stuff going on. Sheesh.
Let's go.
Ziggy kind of has Lavit's energy. He's like military, but like a little bit of a dude. He's got the blonde hair, the fierce countenance. All right.
All battle systems are go.
Another 4-pack. Dee-dee-doo-boo-doo-doo. 106. Gust of wind, dance. Yes, thank you, bless you. Okay, we got 106. Oh, are you serious? My man has 1 HP. Right, well, we're not gonna waste Cosmos' turn on that. She can do a one-shot. Jesus. You see Ziggy more as Dart? Nah, I don't see it. I don't see it, Draconics. I mean, you can think what you think, but I don't see it. Let's do... Oh, wait. Hold on. It is Xion's turn. Okay. Just punch him. Oh boy, let's see, who is this? This is Xion with a 6er. This is a little bit dicey, but I'm gonna go for it. That wasn't enough to kill. Okay, I think we're fine, though. We can just probably take you out. Yep. I think the lady just snuck up on the puppies. Alright, and then we can just get out of here. Alright, and we're going to heal after this. I don't remember Miranda well enough to weigh in on that, Shane. I didn't use Miranda enough in my playthrough. Let's do ether heals. Oh, actually, we can heal with chaos and back. It's kind of cool. Save a little bit of resources. And then Momo can top off Ziggy. So we actually don't have to use any ether for our front three. Kind of cool. Alright, what's going on up here? Boss fight? Little powwow. If we disable that thing, we'll put a stop to the Autotech invasion. This is the mothership? Oh, it's just like the bug thing that landed and dropped the littler things. I see. Yeah, you wait there, mothership. Let me just look around for consumables real quick. You be a good little guy. I'll be right with you. Oh, yeah, another chance to get this chest. That's kind of cool. In case you didn't come down here before. I like that. I don't see any reason to stall further. I think we're ready. Let's get in here. Are you going to have friends, or is it just you? Analyzing event slot. Saved to memory. Use this event slot to activate tremors. Excuse me? Hello? That was a massive attack. Okay. Was not expecting that at all. Let me take a look at some things here. So Shion's up first. Probably, I don't think he's going to do that again right away, but he probably will do that again. Yeah, that was some very big damage. Okay, let's think about this. It's got 1,800 health. That's a lot. Hopefully we can do more damage to this thing than we could to Margulis. Do I want to try to buff him first? That's typically... Well, we got the critical gambit on here, so I should go for an attack on this turn. While we have the boost. 15? That's a critical? Oh my god. That is not good. Not good at all. Alright, let's buff. We're clearly gonna need it. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Well, the problem with that, Draconics, is I can't use my other skills. So like, you might think, oh, Shion's not that strong of an attacker, so put her in the gear. But then she can't heal, and I lose my healer. And it takes one turn to get into the gear and another turn to get out of the gear. So I'm hesitant to go for that strategy until I know a little bit more about this boss. I guess there's a chance that he's weak against physical stuff. I mean, that did more than ether. Maybe that's the answer. Is that 2 hits or just 1? I think that was just 1. So let's try square, square, circle.
Let's go.
But yeah, it seems like we would need some really serious firepower to deal with this thing, so eggs does kind of feel like the obvious answer, but I think I would need to change my party comp a little bit. You know, I'd want to do Shion, Chaos, Momo for that, and just put Momo behind one of the other 2. So I'd have 2 eggs and a healer. Of course, I don't even know if I can heal eggs with an ether. I don't even know if that works. We haven't tried that yet, I don't think. I'm just kind of goofing around here. Yeah, we are not doing very much damage to this thing. And it's doing a lot of damage to us. And it doesn't seem to be particularly susceptible to physical or ether attacks. And then here's this again. That's just going to kill me. Okay. So I think what I'll do is just redo it with a different party comp, and we'll try the eggs strat. We're just gonna let him defeat me.
Let's go.
The AoE thing is kind of wild that he can just do that massive like 200 damage attack every couple of turns. And he can attack twice in a row.
I'm sorry.
Alright. So this takes us back a ways in terms of a couple of random encounters, but time-wise it's not that big of a deal. Just a couple of cutscenes to mash through. But I kind of need to end here anyways, so that sort of works out. Because it is that time. And we've got some housekeeping to talk about. So, let's see. First up, next week I'll be back on Tuesday. Let's put some music on. Next week I'll be back on Tuesday at normal time with more Boktai. It'll be day 2 with that game. Shining a flashlight at my GameCube to power my vampire-slaying sunlight gun. That is a very cool game so far. Very excited to see more of it and kind of get a better sense of how large it is. And then for the Xenosaga fans, I'll be back again Thursday and Friday with 2 more days of this next week. We're close to hitting a sub goal. Only a couple away. Whenever that pops, we will do a Sunday bonus stream. The lady will join me, and we'll continue our point-and-click playthrough of Grim Fandango. That happens every time we hit the 25 sub goal. It's just a rolling goal that chills there. You can also unlock those streams via Ko-fi if you're really feeling generous. Or if you want to grab some other commissions, if you want to do some throne gifts, I got all that kind of stuff for you. If you're feeling it, I'll put the links to all my stuff in the chat. Final Fantasy X-2 VODs are going up on YouTube if you want to watch me slog through that. Got the 360 stuff coming in a big haul next week. Excited to share more about that. You can expect those games to show up on some future polls, potentially, once I get everything set up and keyed in and all dialed. But I think that's all I got for now. We need to find someone to raid, and I need to head out. I'm gonna be out of town this weekend, but that's not gonna affect my stream schedule at all. There will be some altered stream schedule stuff next month. I'm going to be planning an event for my birthday, which is next month. And then there's also going to be a trip right before that that's going to disrupt stream schedule for like a week and a half. Or like 1 week across 2 different calendar weeks. You know. So next couple weeks will all be regular schedule. But after that, there's going to be a broken schedule week where the lady and I are going to go out of town for a wedding. And then right after I get back from that, I'll be doing some special streams for my birthday. Let me see what day those are going to fall on. Just to let y'all know now. Those are going to fall on Thursday and Friday of September 25th and 26th. So if you feel so inclined to mark your calendars now, those are normal stream days, but we won't be playing Xenosaga. We'll be doing some special it's my birthday stuff. And there will be like different incentives and blah, 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 blah. We're going to do some fun stuff. And it might be a slightly different schedule. I'm not sure, but probably normal schedule. Let's see who we want to raid into today. Boy, have I got some stuff to do when I get offline. I got to get ready for the trip that we're going on this weekend. Oh, let's raid Carcala. Carcala's playing Sam and Max. We were just talking about point and click. Carcala has a very good sense of humor, and this is a very funny game. So I want to check out what she's thinking. She must have beat Dragon Quarter. I didn't even realize. Carcala's great. Give her a follow. She's wonderful. Great taste in games. Great sense of humor. Great sensibilities. Great, gamer reflexes and all that sort of thing. It's really fun to watch her play through stuff and react to stories and mechanics and stuff. I wouldn't say that we are necessarily the same as far as like how we react to things and what we value, but we definitely have a similar tendency to heavily scrutinize stuff through a really critical lens. So I enjoy watching her do that. Okay, pause this music and press this button. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. And we'll see y'all in the next thing. Whether it's Boktai on Tuesday, more Xenosaga next week, maybe a Sunday stream in the near future, and looming out in the distance. Thanks for watching, everybody. Great timing, Draconics. Looming out in the future somewhere, a Sunday point and click stream. Bound to hit that pretty soon. That's all I got for you for now. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but that's pretty common for me to feel that way, and I'm not actually forgetting anything. Lots of exciting stuff over the next couple weeks, though. Gearing up for the birthday streams. Gonna install my flippy drive on my GameCube. Try to find a modded Wii to rip my stuff. Gonna get the 360 all set up and dialed in. Who knows what else we'll get into. Anyways, y'all be good. Let's go say hi to Carcala. Later.